Welcome everyone to San Antonio by Night's Aftermath, the second season, The Hunt, where our Iconoclasts, the coterie that we're following for this chronicle, are searching for an urban legend. Someone who is rumored to both exist and not exist at the same time. Someone who is rumored to have been iconic in the fall of Jackson, and as well the prevention of the Camarilla from invading this lovely Alamo City. Tonight we rejoin our Iconoclasts as they continue their ventures from the previous night, as they had just been introduced to their new friend, Bryan. Brian, why don't we start with you and your thoughts as to what your first impressions are of this lovely band of misfits?
Where to start? Where to start? Not really sure what impressions I have of them other than the first meeting and very interesting group to start with. Gonna have to keep an eye on Noel for sure. Mostly the impression he's gotten so far is everybody seems willing to help except Noel.
Yes, Noel definitely gave you a very strong warning upon you and Maria leaving the house together.
Yeah.
He definitely seemed like one who was very afraid of the very strong taboo that is diablerie. Noel, why don't you give us some thoughts as to your first impressions of Bryan, as well as maybe why it is that you're so afraid of diablerie itself?
Well, I think let's start with the less personal of the two questions. Bryan is curious individual. I think there's a lot that could come from him being with us, given some time and figure out what it is that he can actually do. Because I'm going to go with the assumption that he's an uncommon one. Especially so considering he drinks the blood of the kindred. As for the other question, let's just say there are personal reasons as to why I know so much about diablerie and why it's such a taboo.
Yes, it is definitely something that your clan faces on a regular basis, given the curse of your blood.
It is, but it's not just that. I know firsthand the kind of things that it can do to you. Not just decide what you get, not just what you gain, but what you lose. What you lose from devouring somebody else's soul. A piece of your own goods with it, and if you're not careful, multiple pieces. Or, if you're unlucky, you're not strong enough, you can be subsumed by the being that you just tried to consume yourself. It's a juice that's simply not worth the squeeze. It never will be. Anyone who's powerful enough for it to be worth doing on, the risk is simply too high.
And rumor has it that the person that you're searching for might have diablerized a prince. Or at least partook in it. Who's to say what's true?
We're talking about legends and rumors. Although, reality is always so much stranger than fiction. Maybe he won. Maybe he didn't won. Maybe he did it and lost.
Who knows?
Either or.
But then that brings us to our lovely gangrel, Ray. You were the one probably the most adamant about finding this legend. Rumored to have taken down a
Yeah.
Camarilla city.
Yeah, knowing someone like that can be definitely of use. Although, even somebody that apparently ran with him doesn't know if he's still alive or not. Well, if you can call it being alive. As for our newcomer, Bryan was his name? God, what a name. Fucking Ginger Santa Claus. Yeah.
Leave it to you to come up with the nicknames of the coterie.
Look, last time somebody sank their teeth into me was back when my sire turned me. I've never had another kindred sink their teeth into me since. And I've got to say, it's not something I'm exactly comfortable with. But if it keeps him from going wild, well, I'm willing to go with it. And there's no way in hell I'm going to leave Maria to do that on her own.
Yes, you started to attach yourself to this lovely Zamisi as if she were family.
Damn right. What do you mean as if she is family?
I suppose that's for Maria to decide. Maria, you've been having some issues with your own family. Carnage being one of the only people who could possibly give you an idea as to what it is you're capable of, and your, quote, cousin, Benji, immediately throwing you out of Elysium as soon as you mention the name.
Wow. Had to end up figuring out exactly what it was that he was capable of. More specifically, I need to know how bad it reacts. You know, you can be told something a million times, but sometimes you just need to see it. Man's got a temper on him, that's for sure. Haven't seen that out of Carnage yet, but then maybe I'm just lucky. I also have a particular here situation where I end up having to figure out, well, how to end up getting all this to work out. Because fact of the matter is with a new addition to our gang, I'm not sure where this is going to be heading. We already had one threat against us. Well, do we have another? And it doesn't help that I know full well that he's geared to end up biting into any one of us. Big, tough, dangerous. Absolutely nothing but liabilities. Thankfully, I got a way to protect myself of some sort. And it raises a whole bunch of questions on why I'm able to do that. You know, I'm starting to give up. But then I end up seeing that, yeah, God does end up protecting. So maybe I'm not completely out of his light. Or maybe it's something else that I have no idea what the hell's going on. For a second there, I thought he might have been one of mine. Well, Noel ended up killing that entirely, so grateful for that, and not playing off a misunderstanding, I suppose. No sense in paying into false hope. So right now, I need to go and see Nicole. See what she's heard. It's been a little while. I imagine I'll be able to catch her just at the end of shift. Seeing how that pretty new face of hers is treating her. I'm wondering, because my brain is just thinking of all the other things I can do.
Perhaps it's time to get a little creative.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe I should end up taking a page out of all those famous serial killers you end up reading about in the news. Starting on animals. I even considered what I might be able to do to Diamond. What could I do to make Diamond that much better? Maybe I start looking at everyone else that way. Thankfully, I got a coterie. I'm staying out of Faust's way. He knows more about what he's doing than me. Noel and Ray are both looking for a legend. So I guess I gotta be homebody. Make sure everything's setting up well here while they go chasing after, well, I'd call them a myth, but I just found out vampires were real, so who knows what else might be out there. If they need anything, they know where to come. After all, they're my guests.
Guests in your perfect little neighborhood. And that's where we pick up. Bryan and Maria are continuing to walk through the neighborhood on their way to that little diner. That tiny little diner that Nicole works at. It is getting pretty close to her shift coming to a close. But there is someone that you see walking through the neighborhood on their way towards your meeting house as you're making your way away from it.
Who might that be?
A fairly tall man, about 6'2", wearing a long black duster and a cowboy hat.
Well, I'll be.
Nice
I don't
shirt.
recognize him, though.
No, you do not. Bryan, you might, though.
I recognize the cut of that figure.
And you recognize a very big dog walking next to him as well. He doesn't seem to have noticed you just yet.
Where are we now?
You're
Just
in
outside the coterie house, a little ways down the road. Apparently.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna need to be heading back to the house. gentleman needs to meet everybody else.
I'm sorry, you know anything what's going on?
This particular gentleman is somebody that will need to introduce to you and everybody else.
How you reckon
So-
that?
And that is the reason why I'm here and haven't been turned to ash.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Kind of whistle.
And you see that his attention perks. He kind of looks around, and his eyes finally fall on you, Bryan, and then tick to Maria, and he just kind of smiles. Well, I'll be damned.
Certainly sure you will be one of these days.
He starts walking towards you and starts laughing.
I'll walk towards him and extend my hand.
He takes your hand and shakes it. So this is where
So
you're
you,
hanging out now.
Not by choice, but yeah. I say you might want to follow me and start heading back to the house.
What in the...
Private conversation. All the best had indoors away from Bryan is.
Right. And you, madam?
Maria, here.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Higgs. And he gives you kind of a like a courteous kind of tap on his hat.
She smiles a bit. As she'd be expected to, it's not necessarily something that is natural, not anymore. Feels like it's appropriate, yeah. Might have been the way she preferred to end up here talking almost like she's a human being again. Might be a little awkward. Well, I would certainly like to end up doing so, though.
My name's Chisholm.
Chisholm.
Chisholm. And this here's
Pleasure.
Rex.
Well, pleasure to end up meeting the both of you. She keeps looking at the dog. Oh, I'm sure Rex will have a plenty of good time playing with Diamond.
Diamond.
Come on in. She starts walking towards the location. Now, I would presume that you're in on the club. Would this be correct, Bryan?
Yeah. As far as assumptions go.
Good, because if I'm being misled here, that might end up causing for some concerns, which I would hate to end up in embellishing any further. But, with a word on you, I'll take it. She starts walking up to the house and just kind of keeps an eye out for what neighbors may be watching. She doesn't care if they see or not. She just cares on who is currently watching her place, though. And opens up the door for the both of them, greeting them inside.
Now, Ray and Noel, are you home yet?
Last
Ray never left home.
Okay.
And Noel's on his way back from Alia's.
Okay. Then it would be about that time that all four of you, aside from Faust, because he did say that he was busy tonight. But everyone is at the meeting house as Bryan, Maria, Chisholm, and a dog walk into the house as well. Noel, you only just got here.
Ray actually comes in through the back door, letting it swing shut behind her.
Noel would be pulling up and coming through the front. Probably maybe only a couple of minutes after Maria, Bryan, Chisholm, and Rex go inside.
And thus, everyone is in the dining room of this particular house.
Who's this?
Someone that Bryan said that we just all had to meet. Gentlemen, apparently.
Name's Chisholm. Pleasure to meet you.
Chisholm. Well, nice to meet you, Chisholm. I'm Ray.
It's a pleasure, Ray.
She drops into a squat right in front of Rex, looking the dog in the eyes.
He's
And
a
I'd
fairly
like to
big dog.
I'd actually like to activate my feral whispers.
Alright, go ahead and rouse for that. You don't get hungrier, thankfully.
How you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm Ray.
It's almost as if you read on the dog that his eyes kind of narrow at you. Hello, Ray. I'm called
What's your name?
Rex.
Nice to meet you, Rex.
You're a dead thing.
Would I
You're
be
right
able
there.
to also do so? As this is something that Maria hasn't considered, but she can do, but she never considered that. Oh yeah, why am I not treating this as only one person I'm being introduced to?
You
So
can rouse
she's
for-
taking a teaching moment from Ray right now.
Yep. Ray, does your feral whispers kind of sound like you're making animal noises, or do you speak in English?
She just speaks normally.
Noel is now wondering why Ray is speaking to a dog in English.
I'm not.
You're right though, Rex. I'm a dead thing. What about you?
I'm not dead.
Nah.
You're
About
like
him.
You're like him. You're like Chisholm. I could smell it on you.
Interesting.
Guess dogs really are smarter.
And Chisholm just kind of chuckles. You're talking to Are you actually talking to my dog, or are you just talking to my dog?
Rex says that I'm a dead thing just like you. Apparently we smell alike.
Huh. And you see that Rex kind of takes in a really deep huff, like a really deep breath, and kind of sneezes a little bit. Yeah, exactly the same.
You know, I should end up considering that. That's useful. Maria kind of reaches into her bag and lets Diamond slither on out over her shoulder, try and keep the ambient temperature. Kind of scritches him like as if he was some kind of shoulder cat or something.
He does kind of slither very kind of affectionately along your arm and along your neck.
Yeah. Diamond, this is Rex. Rex, Diamond. I have the same relationship with him as you do with Chisholm there.
Diamond's rattle kind of shakes a little bit, but then calms down a little, knowing that he's safe as long as he's on your shoulder and around your neck and things. That's a big dog, Diamond says to you.
Yeah, he is. Who knows? You keep working on it, we might make you bigger too.
It's almost as if a snake could have a confused look. He looks at you very confused, but doesn't say anything else. Just kind of nestles in.
Now, I'm gonna have a guess here. I'm getting better at this. I ended up speaking to one of your family. I have to end up guessing lives out in the woods on the southern east side.
Well, and Chisholm kind of speaks up. I'm actually very new to the city. Actually, I just got here. I haven't actually met very many people here. I did, however, meet a lovely young lady by the name of Velda von Schwentgaz Altenberg.
Noel just starts chuckling deeply, like.
Because
I apologize, Chisholm, but that is very funny.
you haven't introduced yourself yet. It's a little rude.
No, and my apologies for that. I thought that since you were all playing Dr. Dolittle, that I would let you do your thing before I introduced myself.
You're funny.
I'm
kid.
Noel.
Pleasure.
Apparently you're just jealous, Noel. You're being left out of the conversation again.
No, I think I'm good. In all fairness, I think I'm good. But no, the two things that I find very funny is the mixture of Baron von Sventgal zu Altenberg, or Queen T as we like to call her here, and nice don't really go in the same sentence together.
Now, young man, she is a very lovely woman. Have you ever met her?
I am aware enough of her reputation. It's a matter of the prettiest roses having the nastiest thorns.
Yeah, that's likely true. But that's where Bryan was saying that he was headed around here, and then I come to find out that you've been summarily removed.
Yeah.
Yep. And he was placed into our care.
I'm intrigued, and
Woman once. I believe that's enough.
sorry, what was that?
And saw me and said, "Get out."
All right.
Into my interaction with
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit.
body is on mine. I said that is the extent of my interaction with Miss Velda, was to meet her and then be told I am no longer welcome.
All right. I'm curious as to what it is you did, because now that looks bad on me.
Me too.
Nobody
Well.
seems really all that sure, let's be honest. But, welcome to the domain of Baron Jameson and subdomain of Marjani and domain of ours.
Subdomain. That's a lot to keep track of. Didn't think that
Eh.
the annex of this city would be that organized, but I guess so.
It's all names and razzle dazzle if I'm being honest with you. But no, I do have a theory on that, because Brian, you had mentioned about having a feed from Sanctuary, right?
No, I never mentioned Sanctuary.
Oh, you never mentioned Sanctuary? Yep, that might be my bad. But you had a you had a feed from Queen T's domain, right? Somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's a kind of a preservation thing that goes on in there. There's a part of that of Baron von Sventgard zu Altenberg's domain called Sanctuary. And it's a haven for the thin-blooded. You're a thin-blooded and you go there, you're guaranteed protection.
Yeah, she did
So
mention that was one of the rules.
And my thought is that maybe without knowing, Brian here might have munched down.
Hold on. Linz, do they know?
I had to tell him. Defeating shit, it's gonna make me sick.
Alright. I guess you're making your bed where here, then?
For now, it's the only bed that's been offered and has been accepted.
Fair enough. Alright. Noel, I would like you to make an intelligence politics.
Yep, I will happily make that. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna spend a willpower. 2.
Something about the name Chisholm rings a bell to you. It's a fairly well-recognized name amongst the kind, but as far as kindred go, you know this to be a notable anarch from Dallas.
Yeah.
What he's notable for, you're not 100% sure on, but that name is rung pretty high. At least it was before the Anarch Purge.
Chisholm. You're a little far from home, aren't you?
I mean, I did say I'm new to the city, yeah.
Dallas, right?
I mean, one would assume if Brian here told you that he's from Dallas, that you'd assume the same thing about me.
No, actually. I just so happen to know some things from around the area, and in Dallas, before the purge at least, your name was rung pretty high.
Look, mate, we try not to make assumptions here. A lot of us from all over the bloody place.
Well, most of the kindred I've ever met have made a living on making assumptions, so
That's true.
I just assume everybody knows everything, and until I'm proven otherwise.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to run things, but no, we're a bunch of misfits here. In fact, we've only got one San Antonio native with us. She makes a gesture to Maria.
I mean, judging by Ray, you said your name was? Your accent, you're from the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
I bet that's a story.
Yeah, one I'd rather not tell right now.
Fair enough.
So,
I'm a little. Go ahead.
Dallas, some shit happening over there, and you guys have run here.
Yep.
Ah,
Dallas is purging all their anarchs, claiming some kind of masquerade breaching crackdown, some bullshit.
Question
Mm-hmm.
to you, ST. Would I know the rumors of Tyler coming to Dallas?
That would be another intelligence politics.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just, thought may as well leverage it and ask, do I know it?
That is one you did hear.
Yeah, there's a rumor, masquerade crackdown.
Big old
Yeah.
masquerade crackdown that it just purging everything.
yeah, we've run into a few people who are running.
Well, there was a rumor that a particular large name of note was coming to Dallas. An anarch, large name of note.
That was the rumor, anyway.
What was the name? Tyler, right?
Yep. Founder of the Anarch movement.
Yeah, that sounds like a name that, if there was any Camarilla presence in Dallas, as soon as they heard it whispered on the wind, they would know a storm is coming and hunker down and start purging literally anybody who would ally to her cause.
And that's exactly what they did. But you said there's other Dallas people here.
Yeah, speckled about. And from other places too.
Didn't a bunch of camis from Dallas come down this way too?
Wasn't that like a year ago?
Yeah, it was 12 months ago when they were summarily removed.
Right. Right.
But, no,
I wasn't into that shit.
there's a bunch that also escaped the purge a little earlier.
Like who?
Oh, just names that I've heard whispered on the wind of people
I'm
getting
sure
in
if they
here.
want you to find them, they'll make themselves known.
Uh-huh. Right.
No, it seemed that San Antonio is becoming a haven for displaced and misplaced anarchs.
And it's a real shame too, because Dallas is nice. But it ain't safe for any anarchs anymore.
Nope.
Used to have a bit of a truce with good old Prince Warzy, but that all went to shit when he announced that he was doing a lot more tradition-breaking crackdown. Sheriffs and hounds started purging everything.
Yeah, that's not surprising. You hear a name that's associated with a phenomenon you can't stop on the wind, and well, kindred nature says you're about to get paranoid.
And if there ever was a paranoid prince, Warcy's one of them.
So how does that work?
What you mean?
Anarchs and Camarilla living in a city together.
Well, the Anarch presence wasn't terribly big there in Dallas, and he was willing to leave us alone if we followed the traditions, if we wanted to govern ourselves. But, things started to get a little messy a couple of years back, and then got even more messy when people started losing their shit over Tyler, and one thing just led to another. I got Lynn's out of there, and that's what kind of took me so long, actually. I still had people to get out.
Lynn's?
Oh, yeah. I call him Lynn's, for short for Lindsay.
Ray kind of looks over at Bryan. Like, Lindsay? That's a pussy name.
That's a
Ray.
little rude.
I'm not known for being polite, mate.
Obviously.
No, she's about she's as blunt as they come. Better or worse.
I don't judge anybody
Boy.
for their names. God damn. People
Nothing like
change
a little
names all
blunt
the
force.
time.
Nothing like blunt force trauma to get you going.
Sure.
That's give and take there.
Sorry, what was that?
What?
A bit of a give and take there, as far as blunt force trauma goes. But as I was trying to say, no, y'all don't know. My middle name is Lindsay. Those that know me call me Lindsay or Linz. Only
Fair
people
enough.
that call me Bryan, people that don't know me, or I don't want to know.
Right.
And Chisholm
Fair
just
enough.
kind of puts an arm around your shoulders, Bryan, and he's a little shorter than you. And just kind of looks to the rest. This one I adopted. So I suppose you can call me his dad.
Oh, okay, I can... Yeah, alright. I do have a question for you, though, Chisholm, that I'd like to ask you in private.
Private.
Hmm.
Alright.
God, and they reckon I'm rude. Just met the bloke and you're already asking for private conversations.
I mean, I'll oblige. I ain't got nothing to do. I got nothing against it. But, any particular reason why you don't want to say it in front of your comrades?
It's a matter of confirming something, and if I do have it confirmed, then I would be more than happy to share. But I'd rather not spout off half-cocked, if you know what I mean.
Right.
What you do it all the time anyway.
Unsurprising that comment would come from you, Ray, but
You gonna tell me it's wrong?
not via your perception, but I suppose that's the thing about stories.
What?
I'm starting to lose the conversation too here.
To be fair, I was lost about 20 miles back road.
Noel is just like Noel is just looking around like, yeah, like internally, yeah, no, I shouldn't expect it any less, and internally he's like, oh, I wish Faust were here.
Why not just spit it out? Get it over with.
Well, if you insist.
I got no qualms against any one of it. You want to have a private conversation? We can go to the other room for a second, or outside.
Well, basically, I wanted to ask you a question regarding our good friend here, and just Brian. A little bit of talking to him. He has no idea about what he is, but specifically. In general, he knows, but in specific, he doesn't, by his own admission.
You're right.
I was wondering if you had
Nobody
any
does.
insight on that.
I don't. I
Okay.
found him.
Certain if Mr. Chisholm had shared it by now.
Hmm.
See, the way I found him was he was in the middle of a frenzy and tearing apart this poor convenience store clerk, rest his soul. And I took him, calmed him down, got him fed, tried everything in the book that I could figure out. I knew he was kindred. I knew he wasn't thin blood. Aside from that, ain't got a clue. Not like we had any kind of way to identify that kind of shit amongst the anarchs in Dallas. And so, just kind of figured out what came natural.
And what exactly was that, if you don't mind me asking?
And what came natural was he has some animal empathy. I don't know if you've actually divulged that kind of information, Bryan, but as near as I can
Oh
figure,
yeah, but it's bound to come out.
near as I can figure, he ain't got a clan.
That's a bit weird.
That's...
Doesn't everybody have a clan?
Isn't that... Yeah.
Not always.
And this is where my theory comes in. There's times, I mean, the blood that runs through our veins, it's a finicky thing.
Works in mysterious ways, much like the Lord.
Amen.
And there are times where sometimes maybe the embrace doesn't stick quite right, or something happened, or it wasn't proper. And although they come out true kindred, not thin blood, they don't end up being attached to the line of their sire for whatever reason.
Some amongst the anarchs in Dallas call it bot's job.
Botch job.
There's a proper name though.
Yeah, it's called
Caitiff. And
which, in all technicality, means bot's job.
Well, Brian, sounds like you're a rare bird.
rather uncommon. There's no other caitiff in the city to my knowledge.
Yeah. Started showing animal empathy like a gangrel, brute strength like a bruja, and domination like a ventru. So, ain't no way to pin it down based on that. So, near as I can figure.
Yeah.
Animal empathy, brute strength, and mental dominion.
Fun little puddle, in it?
Hmm.
I don't know many about that. I mean, I don't think that comes close to anybody we know.
Ain't close to anybody I know.
Ministry, maybe?
No. They
Chisholm here has been working on the puzzle for a bit more than a year now.
would
Can't pin it down.
would I be able to roll an intelligence occult on this one? It's such a hodgepodge.
It is
Looking
such
for anything that might remotely fit.
As far as I can see, the only weird bit off of my clan is the inability to. We can't really control people.
Yeah, but as a gangrel myself, brute strength ain't very common.
No. But
It's
Not
not.
unless, nah, nah. It's not like the, not unless you're well, not unless you're the fighting type and like to pick fights with people who are the similar.
Mm.
Then it just happens on a whim.
but it ain't
Well, that
hard
makes sense.
coded in. You gotta
work
drill
for
that
shit.
in.
Yeah.
But no, would I be able to make an intelligence occult on this one, ST?
You can make an intelligence occult. Not sure what you're gonna glean further than what you already know.
I figured it's literally one of my best pulls. I may as well give it a try.
Flaw.
That's a crit. 6.
You would know that kind of hodgepodge doesn't exist in any other clan. Especially if what Chisholm said is true, that comes naturally to him.
Yeah.
That's not something he really had to work for. If that's stuff that came naturally, no. There's no clan that has all three of those naturally.
Yeah. I mean, I could think of maybe one that's close. And that'd be Nosferatu, but you very obviously not. So,
Nah, too pretty for a nos.
hmm.
I haven't met one.
Never met him in Nosferatu.
It's been a sheltered couple of it's been a sheltered embrace.
Ah, okay, okay.
High chance though that they've met you. They can meet you and
Yeah.
you don't even know that they're there.
I mean, it's just safer to assume that they're all around, they're hearing everything you know. So,
Yeah, but from what I know, I know
They
the
all, I was gonna say, they all look like the south end of a northbound camel.
yeah.
that's
That-
one way to
that's
put
one
it,
way.
yeah.
No, Nosferatu do command brute strength and animal empathy, but they don't have the mental dominion. It's the sneaking around they've got, much like I have.
Well, there's another combination that you're not thinking of, and when it comes to domination and brute strength, I can think of a couple of Sombra from Dallas that had the same thing.
They talk to
Now
animals too.
Nah,
So we got the hit for 2, but not all 3.
La Sombra.
there's a few in Dallas, yeah.
Just thinking back as to what Noel might have heard about the clan of Magisters. Although he wouldn't even know that they're called that. That was just my description of them.
Yeah. There were a few back in Houston, especially because you're a few years old,
Hmm.
and they're kind of a recent addition to the Camarilla, as far as you know. Recent being, anywhere between the last 10 and 20 years. But there were a few back in Houston.
Do I have any idea of what they are theoretically capable of, as far as...
You know that Chisholm's right about the dominate and the
brute
potence.
strength?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, La Sombra. Right there. Brute strength, mental dominion.
Like I said.
The third one, though, normally comes in threes.
Normally comes in threes. Every kindred I know, 3 of them come natural.
Hmm. Do you know what the third one is for the La Sombra?
They play with shadows.
Shadows.
Not many other clans do.
Guess that would have made it too easy.
Yeah.
Shadows. And Noel is now kind of thinking deeply, like, shadow manipulation? What?
Don't hurt yourself over it, kid. It's a puzzle I've been working on, like Lynn said, for a year.
I suppose it breaks down the options.
I'm more interested though in how you found us.
Well, I was told that I'd find you here.
I think
By
what
who?
she was meaning by who. Yeah.
Oh.
What she said.
That would be Baron von Schwendegauser Altenberg and her lovely assistant Benji.
They knew the exact location of us?
Well, they said that you're the ones to find, and I put 2 and 2 together.
Right.
It's not like you're hard to find when you're the ones that are the misfits.
Fair point.
When everybody's got their eyes on you, you just follow the eyes.
House. He was a few blocks down.
A few blocks away is a pretty close hit though. Not gonna lie. So surely you're not just dropping by to check to make sure that Bryan's still alive? Alive?
I mean, that was the intent, but yeah. Make sure you ain't killed him.
No one's gonna do anything to Bryan when I'm under this roof. I can assure you of that.
Fair enough.
Besides, apparently I have a reputation to end up here having to do that, so if there's anything a positive bit out of this, I'd like to live up to it.
I realized I had not changed the scene again. Whoops. But yeah.
As just said, he adopted me, and I figured it was about time to let the family meet the family, so...
Fair.
You're already adopting them too.
About
What's
time, it's only
choice?
been a night.
Have much choice in and of themselves from what I've heard from their conversation with Mr. Baron Jameson, so... Gotta sleep where your bed's made, and that's here now, so...
Speaking of which, I probably should go introduce myself to Baron Jameson.
You gonna be around the domain then?
Around here somewhere. I'll figure it out.
Well, do end up making yourself known to us. We'll be keeping an eye out.
Yeah, I'd like to get to know you a little bit better.
I mean, I'm not going anywhere just yet, not unless you're kicking me out.
Nah.
No, I ain't kicking you out. But unfortunately, night is running, and I have appointments to keep. Unless I miss some of my opportunities. So
I better not keep you then.
I'm gonna end up heading out. And I trust that Ray and Noel will keep you two company. She walks over and slides Diamond back into her bag before she crouches down to Rex. You take care of that rotten son of a bitch. Kind of ruffles his head. Good
You see
boy.
kind of a happy face on the dog, and he just kind of gives you an acknowledging sound and doesn't say anything more. He's a big dog. He comes up to like 4.5 feet at his head height.
Yeah, a big dog.
Hell, I'd say more like a wolf than a dog.
Might be breeding. Well, you take care, everybody. I got appointments to keep.
Stay
Bryan,
safe, Maria.
thank you very much. Ryan, don't give the lady too much of a headache. She'll just tear your ass out from under you.
Be safe.
Pleasure meeting you, Miss Hicks.
Well, ask around and you might regret that, but I'm glad at least right now pleasantries have been remained. She steps out the door, bag in tow, ready to head off to a diner.
Well, Miss Wright, what is it you want to know?
Well, Rex here
Hmm.
said that we smell pretty much the same. So I
Same.
take that means that you're also clean gangrel.
I thought I mentioned that before, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I haven't met many in my own clan.
Not many of them live around here.
Not that I've seen.
Hmm.
I'll have to take you out to meet Melody, Ray.
Melody.
Yeah? Who's that?
She owns the domain where the woods lie, a little ways away from the other place.
Hmm.
She's she's all right.
Yeah, I haven't met many in my own clan. Kind of been spending most of my time as a kindred traveling.
Which is, like I said, another story you're gonna have to share.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what it's like down under, so. I'm Texas born
Hot.
and raised.
Very hot. It's
Same
actually
here.
not too different from Texas as far as I can see.
Lots
Hot
in
and
common.
humid.
Lots of things in common.
Oh yeah. But my sire was gone really early on. So I'm kind of working on learning things myself.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'd be interested in learning some of the other tricks of our clan, if you know what I mean.
And I'd be interested in knowing that story that comes from Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that right. Specifically the Brisbane area.
Brisbane.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll trade
No.
stories.
Sounds about right. She looks over to Rex. Is this a common skill for our kind?
If you take the time to develop it, yeah. Comes pretty naturally.
I've been kind of talking to the local animals. Getting to know them.
What you finding out?
Not a lot so far.
Yeah, they don't necessarily care about what's going on with the humans. I'm talking about what you're learning about the individuals that run in your domain. You're learning what they like, what they
Mostly,
don't like, who they like, who they don't like.
Been trying. Not exactly a conversationalist.
Well, you probably want to work on that skill a little bit.
Yeah.
Then maybe you'd be able to convince them to tell you something.
We'll see, we'll see.
Takes a little bit of a personal magnetism.
You were gonna say something, Brian?
While y'all are having a conversation, Brian's going to go sit down next to Rex and start petting him.
And he's enjoying it, but he's definitely watching fervently over Ray and Noel.
I'm not trying to block his view from everybody else.
His tail's wagging, but his attention is solely on
Yes.
Ray and Noel right now.
I know that. I'm gonna play with the dog for a minute.
Alright.
So the whole magnetism is a thing that's got to be worked on. Right.
Well, you gotta
I'll
be
keep that in
personable.
mind.
You gotta
Not
be
sure that's
personable.
possible for me.
It's possible given time.
Yeah, we'll see.
You got eternity if you manage to keep it.
Yeah. If.
If.
Yeah, big if. See, Brian and I share a couple of similarities.
Yeah?
I believe the words the other used for him was cannibal,
Aha.
but I don't feed on kindred.
So you did have that discussion.
Yeah. Unlike him, I don't feed on kindred, but at the same time, mine don't survive. So I've got to be a little bit more careful.
And be a little choosy about who you'd share that with.
Yeah.
Somebody might hold it against you one day.
Somebody might. But then again, somebody might want to make use of it.
Someone inevitably will hold it against you, as they will any indiscretion.
Yeah, because that's
Oh,
not
well.
exactly looked kindly upon in many circles.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking more you live 100, 200, 300 years, and statistically, the chances of someone holding one of your indiscretions against you tends further and further towards 100%.
It's usually
Well, I
that
see
way.
it is. We've all got to eat. And we've all got to eat in our own ways. That just happens to be how I've got to eat. Just the same as Brian's got to eat the way he does.
Yeah, but at least you don't have the risk of running a taboo.
Maybe.
You just have maybe a fairly high risk of losing a piece of yourself.
Or breaching the masquerade,
Oh, that?
drawing attention to myself. Yeah. all that.
Hmm.
From what I hear, this city does not take kindly to masquerade breaches. At all.
Yeah.
Jameson's a hard ass on it.
And not just Jameson.
Oh, all three of them are, but Jameson especially. And, well, yeah, Ray, at least you don't need to worry about Taboo.
You know what? I wasn't gonna say anything, but has anybody told you to keep your head down yet?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that keeping my head down is exactly how I'm gonna do this thing right now. I don't exactly have a bunch of friends in Dallas anymore, anyway. And I'd rather not have anybody coming looking for me.
Good move.
As far as they know, I'm dead.
Probably better to keep it like that for a lot of it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be making a little bit of a request here. That all of you keep your mouths shut about where I am.
Done and done.
Yeah, I don't
And-
intend on talking about it, Joe.
In return, if push comes to shove and I get something reestablished here, then maybe I can do a favor for you in return.
Sounds good.
Get behind that.
I gotta be building some stuff first, though.
That's fair.
But
Yeah, I can understand that.
if you ever need me and Rex immediately for something, just talk to Linz.
You know what? Same goes. If you need a hand, you give us a bell.
Is this the place to ring the bell?
Absolutely. Or she pulls out a pen and paper and writes down her mark. Hands it over to him.
Hmm. Just put this out there
You'll
somewhere.
see this around. You'll see this around. Either wait by it or get one of the animals to let me know that you're there.
I think I can manage that. But I'm gonna go find me a place to sleep because that's first thing on my list.
Yeah, good decision. And if you're going to be hanging around in this domain, you might want to pop in to go have a chat with the Marjani.
Marjani. Where do I find her?
Yeah. You'll
I am
find
the Tiger
her.
Sports Bar.
Oh, that's just off the highway. I saw that coming in.
Yeah. Be careful though, she can be a little bit short.
If she's anything like you, I think I'll get along just fine.
Nah.
Ah.
Nothing like me.
What's up?
No. What do they call her? Ministry? Something like
Ministry.
that.
I
Yeah.
can work with ministry.
That's the nice thing to call them anyway.
I've worked
But
with
yeah,
ministry
she's
before. I
one-
know what they're like.
She's our overseer. So you might want to make it yourself known to her.
I'll
And,
note too. There's in Jameson's domain. There's a small group of them, relatively close knit. That group.
Ah, okay. Good to
And
know.
if you're looking to find Jameson and don't know where to start, I'd try his bar.
Good to know.
He's generally around there.
Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
You've been mighty kind, but I do, like you said, I have some things to tick off on my list and find some place to crash.
Brian will stand
Alrighty.
up, give Rex one more good scratch behind the ears, and pat him on the head. Good boy. Take care of our daddy. And I'll turn to Chisholm. Always a pleasure.
You take care of yourself, Lance.
Doing the best I can. I'll walk him out.
Nice to meet you both.
And you walk out with Chisholm and Rex following behind, and he's heading back towards where you guys spotted him.
Alright. Stay safe out there.
You too.
Do the best I can.
I'm worried about you, kid.
Everybody's got to have a pet project somewhere.
Nah, I'm worried about you and... What? Have you got anything, like, established yet?
I was starting to.
I mean, like a food source, that's first and foremost.
I was starting to, and then, well, this is where I wound up.
Alright.
I'll work from here now.
I'm gonna see if I can get somewhere where I can start a cattle farm or something. Get back in the business.
That sounds about right.
Had to give everything I had back in Dallas, so.
Sacrifices had to be made, unfortunately.
Yeah, they did. You gonna be alright?
It's a fiddle. So, if I know anything otherwise, taps his pocket with the little flip phone, because he ain't even gonna try to use any of these newfangled touch screen things. He got something that looks like it still belongs back in the 1990s or maybe early 2000s. I got your number.
Be careful using that thing. I hear there's hunters afoot. You mind your P's and your Q's.
My best.
Alright. And I better not hear you getting thrown out of another
The
domain.
house.
Did you hear me?
What?
I better not hear you getting thrown out of another domain. Alright. Well, I'll catch you later.
I'll turn and go back to the house.
And with that, Rex and Chisholm make their way back to a big truck. Rex kind of hops in the back of the truck, and Chisholm gets in the driver's seat, and they drive off. Noel and Ray, do you say anything to each other as Bryan is walking Chisholm out?
Ray watches him leave and casts a glance over to Noel. What do you think?
Yeah, Chisholm's the kind of guy that I could get behind. Still concerned, though.
What about?
Bryan.
What about him?
Just the feeding portion of things.
You're worried about his eating habits.
Because of how he has to feed. The best case scenario is that it opens him to blood bonds. The worst case scenario is either diablerizing someone or he's munched down on a thin blood.
Well,
One's
then
a
it's a good
taboo,
thing.
the other one brings of the wrath of von Sven-Gelser-Waltenberg.
Well, it's a good thing that he's with our coterie then, isn't it?
Hmm.
You got that fucking sword of yours. Maria's got her shtick. I've got mine. I'd say we're well equipped to handle if something goes wrong.
Well, I did already tell him.
What'd you tell him?
That if I saw him attempting to cross the line into diablerie, that I'd kill him where he stood.
Oh great, you threatened the new guy.
No, I told him I hoped that it didn't have to come to that.
Right.
It's a matter of
Establishing,
self-monitoring.
well done, you're establishing distrust right from the get-go.
I don't play around with that kind of taboo, Ray. Especially since it's something that I myself could fall to easier than you might know.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
So we gotta be making the same threat to you?
Don't feed me kindred vitae and we're golden.
Right. I'll make sure not to.
Also means you don't need to worry about the blood bond as far as I'm concerned. Or, at the very least, you'll know if someone's attempting to do it to me by trying to spike my drink. Because it's depending on the day, maybe a 50-50 or so chance that I might just end up flipping my lid.
Right. Eating vampires makes Noel go crazy. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a way to put it.
Great. Well, with that out of the way, I think we need to get some things organized. Ah, shit, I meant to bring something up with Maria. Bugger.
Well, you get your chance to.
She did say that she was headed towards the restaurant.
Yeah, but annoying her while she's busy is not a good idea. Actually, no. I'm
Yo.
gonna pose an idea to you.
Alright.
We've got homeless gathering around the outskirts of the domain, right?
Yeah. Police are forcing them here. Von Sven-Gelser-Waltenberg's forcing them here.
How does a charity drive sound?
Charity driver?
Yeah. Gather up food, old unwanted clothing, things like that. Get people around the neighborhood to donate whatever they don't need. Deliver it to the homeless on the edge of our domain. Maybe start up some kind of temporary soup kitchen. Get talking to them, get to know them, because they are people.
Yeah.
If we
I
get
can see
friendly
the-
enough with them. they start telling us things about what's going on.
Yeah. But there's only 2 worries I have with that.
Oh,
First, that requires financing. Financing that we don't have yet. Faust and I are
not if
working
you
on
do
it.
it through charity. You make use of the fact that we've got a community running. Everybody likes to do a good deed every once in a while, don't they?
Oh yeah, but I'm talking about overhead to get the assets required to, you said, temporary soup kitchen.
Yeah, that's why you use the donated food.
Oh yeah, you use the donated food, but you need certain
The
overhead
most-
for equipment.
The most commonly donated food is tinned. Shit that comes in
Oh.
cans.
Oh yeah, no, that's it. It's not a matter of the food that you would make. It's a matter of the equipment that you would need to cook it. That overhead is not something that we can afford just yet. However, as I said, Faust and I are
Cook
working
it
on
at
it.
home and then take it through.
Yeah, I mean that is a thing we could do. We do have the cooking facilities here. The other thing is that when looking at large populations of the homeless and vagrants, normally comes a Nosferatu who already has their hand in the pot.
Don't you think I've already thought of that?
Well, I know you asked me for Dismar's location, and I told you.
Yeah, and I had a chat with Dismal.
Yeah, but the only issue is I don't think he's the only one. There might be more.
Got no doubt. But it's a good way to get in contact with the Nosferatu. Build contacts with them. See? And that way we don't have to start calling them out.
I do get it. I get where the idea is going, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying it might take us a little bit to get it started up because of, again, initial capital costs. Something that Faust and I are working on. So, if you can get Maria on board, for organizational logistics sake, once we've got that overhead capital ready and waiting to go, I'd be more than happy to help.
Yeah. I reckon this needs to be brought up to Faust as well. See what he thinks.
Well, he did want to do community projects to try and better the area.
It's a good place to start.
And that's about when Bryan would be coming back to the house and into the house.
What do you think, Bryan?
About?
Starting up a charity drive for the homeless.
It'd be a way to.
Charity.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out.
Whoop. Yeah, you get out there.
Sorry, is anybody hearing Bryan?
Nope.
Yep,
No.
I think Mike might be playing tricks, Jojo.
I'm not sure if he can hear us. Oh,
No, we can't hear you.
Discord might be derping.
Yep, we lost him.
Yep, Discord is derping.
Give me a second.
help! I'm divided in a quarter of a window. I think I'm supposed to lead this way. Okay, back into position.
Now you're
Oh,
there.
we're back.
Let him get reconnected.
Can y'all now?
There we go.
There we go.
Apparently, Bryan and Maria have changed faces.
There we go.
Wait a second. There we go.
There we go.
All right, y'all hear me now?
Yep, we can
Yeah.
hear you
Yep.
now.
I said, what are our goals with this charity?
Building up our information network amongst the homeless.
Okay.
We get the homeless talking to each other. Get the homeless talking to us, knowing us by face, by name.
Right.
They tell us all sorts of shit about what's going on amongst their own communities, amongst other communities. And it's a good contact for the Nosferatu in the city too.
I'm getting distracted by what Derek's doing.
I'm sorry.
Are we supposed to start this charity?
Well, we've got a decent standing within the community here. So you run it to see if anybody in the local area wants to maybe donate a little bit. Old clothes that they don't need. Maybe some food that they've got in their cupboard that's maybe been sitting there a little bit too long and they've realised that they're never going to use it. Things like that. Tell them to drop it off if they've got anything that they want to donate. And then you make moves to move that to the homeless in the area.
I get that, but where are we trying to have them drop this stuff off?
Well, there's no problem with having them drop it here.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that?
I just said okay. I don't know what your intentions with this are. I mean, I get what you're saying and how to build up relationships. I just didn't know if you had another place in mind as for coordinating this. That's what I was asking.
Coordinating this sort of stuff is generally what we use this place for. This is our fronting house, if you know what I mean.
I get it. I'm just saying, don't be too surprised if more folk like Chisholm start showing up.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. See, we need to start having people come to us. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of getting sick of chasing everybody around the city. Sorry, what was that?
Said all right. So, are we supposed to take out an advertisement, or what are we doing to let them know that we're gonna start this?
At the moment, I'm just getting coterie thoughts, if you will.
Noel, given that you've been living in the city for a little while, you do know that the holiday season does tend to drum up the better nature of many people going in and around the city. So it might not be too difficult given what you know about your neighborhood.
We are getting into holiday season, and that does drum up the give in the spirit of the holidays kind of deal.
Maria's the organised one, so I'll have to mention it to her, see what she thinks. And Faust is the one with all the moolah, so gonna have to talk to him too. I just wanted to see what you two thought of it. Whether it was a worthwhile venture going into.
Not a bad idea.
I think with that, we're going to switch gears and follow Maria as she's making her way towards a little diner in which one of her favorite little toys is just getting off of work. You see that the diner is starting to close down. The lights are off in the front that indicate it would be closed. You can see some movement in the backs, indicating that they're likely cleaning up the last portions of the kitchen. And before too long,
Well,
Nicole does come
I
up
end
the
up
back.
stepping in nevertheless. Take a look at the cloud.
Is my Discord derping? Hello? Oh no, my Discord
I can
derping.
hear you.
Okay,
I can hear you.
I think Derek
Can you hear me,
derped.
Moxie?
Yep, there we go.
No, I wasn't hearing you at all. I don't think you were
Okay.
hearing me either because I was talking and you.
I was hearing you. I was
There's
responding.
there was a little derping, but it seems to have fixed itself. So
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm just looking around for Nicole, but I'm also keeping an eye on what kind of patrons we have. Maybe,
you didn't hear me mention that they were closed. That
Oh, right. Okay.
they're closed. The front's closed. The lights are off. The kitchen is organizing to get cleaned up, and she finally comes out the back.
Okay. Well, then I'll definitely end up waiting.
And
Once I see it, though. Well, there's a small smile.
hi,
Hey, Nicole.
how are you?
How's things been? I'm doing fine for the most part. I'm more concerned about you right now. How you been?
I'm doing okay. It seems that whatever you did, it's paying off. I'm getting some really good tips.
Yeah, well, I kind of put my finger under her chin and raise her head, and I'm just kind of like turning her head, like as if I'm studying a doll figurine. I'm really not paying attention to personal space, just moving her head from side to side.
And she
Wow.
seems to be more than okay with you being in her personal space.
Imagine so. When I eventually end up finishing up, I'm so glad to end up hearing it's working out for you. Might I end up walking you to your car?
Sure.
I end up following along. It's small talk for the most part. I'm mostly listening in and flux an eye or two just to end up seeing if any of the other staff might be watching or listening in.
They seem to notice that she's walking towards her car with you, but they don't look like they're thinking anything of it.
Well, that's fine.
You're either a very close friend or possibly a lover, given how close that Nicole wants to be to you.
Well, I'll wait until allowed into a car before I end up settling in the passenger side.
Did you want to go somewhere?
No, my car ain't parked too far from here. Well, pardon, my truck ain't parked too far from here. I'm just wanting to talk to you. I know that the tips have been great, so I'm glad that you breathe a little easier. That's fantastic.
That's nice.
So, what you heard on the grapevine? You do remember what I requested, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my eyes and ears out here. And I kind of pinch her cheek.
Yeah, I remember. And the word is that there's been some, well, you know of the shooting and the attacks on some of the neighborhood, right?
I heard about the shooting.
that people are they're generally pretty scared about going out at night. I'm actually surprised that we get patrons at all.
Well, I'm looking to fix it.
How do you intend to do that?
You know, I need those individuals who are making it more difficult for everybody else to end up coming out at night. I need to know where they are. I need somebody who's willing to do what it takes to make sure that they don't want to be around here no more. Fact of the matter is got some ideas, but
Well, I definitely know that the local, gang members, they're not happy about all the police presence.
no, imagine not. How'd
There's
you know about that, though? You run across a lot of gang members?
Occasionally. I mean,
They give
it's
you
not
any
like,
trouble?
huh?
Do they give you any trouble?
Oh, well, they occasionally get a little too vocal, but not anything, they don't get handsy with me or anything.
Good. You keep to your night shifts. Get ready to call me if anything gets out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And if they do start, well, I suppose there's other ways to end up using it. You know how to end up getting in contact with the gangs. They don't like the fact that cops keep showing up. Okay.
Yeah. The fact that we have Detective Johnson that already lives here, and then Officer Dupree and Castaneda and all of them living in the neighborhood is bad enough, but if they're on patrol in the neighborhood...
So they're worried.
I mean, what happened to the Ramirez house is kind of indicator enough. They don't want to go out, but neither does anyone else.
What would it take to get everybody out of their houses again? Enjoy a little evening jog,
Feeling safer.
which I can do by... Come on, you're a smart cookie.
Getting rid of the gangs?
Yeah, that's gonna make some people upset.
Yeah, it would.
Can't exactly end up having my little girl end up watching over here running around scared she's gonna get jumped going to her car.
Yeah, I don't go anywhere without a knife anymore.
Good. Very good.
I mean, since you made me so pretty.
Is it making you worried?
A little. It's the pretty ones that get attacked, right?
Yeah. But I'm not gonna let anyone get away with it. What I
You
want
wouldn't let
you...
that happen to me in the first place, would you?
I can't babysit you. I mean, for you to do that, you'd have to leave your job. You have to leave everything behind. You're not ready for that. I made sure you didn't have to go hungry. I made sure that you had a few extra dollars in your purse. I ended up making sure that you will eat well and provide.
And I appreciate that so much.
I need information, Nicole. I always need information.
I'll always be here.
I know you will. But
Then why are you making it sound like you're angry with me? Are you angry with me?
nah. No, of course not. I just...
She kind of wants to insight check you.
Well, she can roll. I'm not gonna oppose it. Maria's not angry. I guess what you might read is disappointed. Not necessarily in her, but Maria seems to be a little bit disappointed.
And since she can read that off of you, she is making a concerted effort to try and not disappoint you at this moment. I'll do better.
You'll do better.
Yeah, I'll be nosier. I'll ask
No,
more questions.
No. You're only good if no one knows. You don't push unless I ask you to.
Okay.
Nicole, I don't have a lot of pretty little birds like you around. Fact is that
I want to be your only one. I love you, Maria.
I know. But I'm not gonna end up doing more than you can take. And look at what we did in just one setting. And if I push it any further, you're gonna get hurt bad. Kind of hurt you don't come back from. And I don't want that for you. You're too precious to me. That's why I gotta look for somebody else to do what I will not allow you to end up doing. Not for this. You're my eyes and ears. Because I'm pretty sure you would never be able to handle it.
And she seems a little bit hurt.
Now, girl, you... She kind of leans down, like getting her head to look up at Nicole, look her in the eyes.
She's got... Her eyes are a little watery, like she's about to cry.
Nicole,
Yes? Yes, Maria.
what I have planned, if it'll make you feel better, I will end up doing so, but it is taxing. I told you that before,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not sure if you can take it. But there's a workaround.
What do you mean?
Your face. Right here, she kind of takes hold of Nicole's face and makes her look into the rearview mirror of her own car, tracing a finger along her cheek. Right here, the reason it feels like that is because your cheekbone is hollow now. Right here, she kind of lifts her hand, lips is fuller because I pulled out this. She just starts describing in detail of all the little things. She specifically to make Nicole have that uncanny symmetry. For me to do more, you need to be more. I need more to work with.
Mm-hmm.
But this ain't where it stops. And you're gonna come back from this. You might be missing days upon days from work. Probably be fired in not too long. You lose your home, you lose everything. If you go down this road, you'll be with me. As long as I have you. But I can't push it without causing you great strain. I need to know that this is something you really want.
I would do anything for you. And she leans in like she's going to kiss you.
It's been a few nights since I fed upon her, right?
It's been a little while, yeah.
She's probably recovered enough.
It's been weeks, I think, since you fed on her.
I'm gonna let her do what she does, and I am just going to pull her in. I'm just gonna end up taking my point. And while I do so, I'm quick to bite into my own tongue. And as we swap spit, give her another taste.
And with that taste, she is fully bloodbound to you.
I stop.
And she starts to come down from the ecstasy that is the vampire's bite.
Tonight, Nicole,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna pop by my address.
Mm-hmm.
Then what's gonna happen is that you're gonna end up grabbing your things. I'm gonna tell you exactly how this is gonna go. And I'll see what I can do to calm it. You're gonna be with me for a very long time.
Okay.
You're gonna end up here coming over to my place. After you had a chance to shower, grab some things that you need to stay overnight, pick up some food, expect to stay at my place throughout the day.
Okay.
But tomorrow, you're gonna end up here having to leave everything behind. And I want you to remember, you chose this.
I'm ready.
All right.
Is there anything you want from the store?
No. I already ate.
Okay.
Hurry on, man. And Nicole,
Uh-huh.
you do not talk about this or me to anyone ever again.
Got it.
I
My little
mean it,
secret.
Nicole. I mean it. Treat it like your life depends on it. And I don't want you taken away from me. You're mine now.
And you're mine
Body,
too.
mind, and soul.
And you're my little secret.
I step out of the car, smiling, and I start to walk towards my truck. I look back at the car.
And she's already started it and started to drive off.
Yeah. This is how it starts. Give her the life she wished for. Kinda I brought her. I wonder if this is what God feels like. No turning back now. Start to go to the truck. I just started up. Stop thinking. All the little ways was finally cultivated. Maybe I should Google her. Heard that's a thing. Figure it out. There'll be others. There's just as wanted. But Nicole was my first. She's got a special place. So look after everybody during the day as I do the night. Someone to practice with, someone to laugh with. My obedient little Nicole. Such fun we'll make.
Such fun it will make indeed. And I think that is where we're going to take a quick little break. I hope you all are enjoying this wonderful episode of San Antonio by Night Aftermath. Episode 2 of Season 2, The Hunt. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, Season 2, Episode 2. Noel, as elected to stay at the coterie house and spend some time doing some personal study. Maria is waiting for her lovely doll, Nicole, to arrive back at the coterie house. And Ahura and Bryan have decided that they are going to venture forth and explore the sewers beneath their domain. Anything that is tall enough and wide enough to fit a human-sized creature such as themselves. Sliding down into a manhole undetected, the both of you now are down here. But which of you, if any of you, can see in the dark?
Not it.
It is black down here. It is pitch dark. The only light that you see is anything coming in from a storm drain, and those are few and far between. Given how much flash flooding goes on in San Antonio, the storm drains are the only thing that's really giving you any source of light, and even that is very dim.
Ray probably would have brought a battery-powered flashlight with her.
Okay.
Just something small and handheld,
Okay.
probably from a dollar store.
Okay. Yeah, nothing too expensive. You know that those tend to last at least a night, maybe? You're not entirely sure how long it'll stay on.
She's probably got some other batteries in her pocket just in case.
But yeah, little pocket torches, flashlights are perfectly fine. They're inexpensive. So
Keep an eye out, would you, Bryan, for any markings on the walls?
Sure.
And she takes out her own, probably a permanent marker, and just scrawls her mark under where they entered.
Alright.
Okay. And are you going looking for anything specific?
She kind of just wants to explore the area and get a feel for it, and kind of get a mind map of where everything is located.
Okay. Then I would like you to make me a resolve investigation plus lane. Because no doubt some of the sewer animals that live in this area would have told you about some of the dangers going on down here.
Oh, we'll do lane 3?
Yeah, lane 3. Okay. 4 successes. You explore, and it's pretty easy to tell that some of the you go looking, you're looking for a while before you realize that you're getting very close to the highway, and you can hear the overhead traffic because it's fairly loud. It's not busy up there, but you definitely know that the interstate highway is above you right now. But something seems weird. Something seems weird about some of the brickwork down here. It seems slightly mismatched, and you're not entirely sure why.
She wants to take a closer look at that mismatched brick.
It seems like a whole section of the wall, actually, is mismatched.
Maybe kind of like a potential door?
It's not like any door you've seen.
Hey, Bryan, you see this, right?
Yeah. Are
What do you
there
think
any
it is?
other things it could be? What I was gonna ask is, they're like scrape on the ground around this where it like moving as if it is a door.
Brian, if you would like, you can make me a wits investigation.
Okay. Wits investigation, you say?
Uh-huh.
All right, we're going solely off wits.
You don't see any scrape marks like it would have been like a door swinging. You start to wonder if this maybe was replacement brick or replacement concrete.
Right.
It's brick down here right now. And it is mortared, so it's not like it's removable.
Right.
Does it look newer?
It looks slightly newer than everything else around it.
Hmm. Is this a more waterlogged passageway or no?
There has been recent storms, so it's not always very waterlogged, but you guess that anytime it flash floods, it gets pretty full down here.
Is there a water line somewhere that I can see?
There is a bit of a trail that water would go down, yes.
But like on the walls, is there a water line that indicates how high it gets?
It gets about halfway. And you know by now that Texas floods happen in an instant and then are gone.
Hmm. Right.
So it might be fairly empty right now, but it floods probably close to chest height when it does.
Bit like the stormwater drains in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Probably been a collapse here somewhere. Patched it up. Wouldn't surprise me if somebody came through and patched it up when it fell in. Is there any other patchwork around the area that I can see, or any other areas that look like they might be slowly crumbling in?
There isn't terribly much in the way of that going on here right now. There's maybe other smaller patches that have been made. But this particular section is fairly large.
Now that's a bit weird, isn't it? Hey Brian, you'd reckon that if there was gonna be a section collapsing, that it'd show a lot more sign of wear and tear around the area, huh?
It depends. If this was a damaged section that's been replaced, any signs of damage gone now.
I'm looking around the rest of the place.
I'm looking specifically at the section that has been replaced, with it being such a large section. Tap the bricks around. Make sure everything is a little bit solid.
So you're checking to see if any of them are maybe hollow?
Yeah.
Okay. They don't sound different. They sound maybe slightly different because they might be slightly newer material.
Right.
But otherwise, they sound solid.
Okay.
There's no hollow points that you see, or that you can hear, anyway.
Okay.
Ray is gonna make a mental note of this. But just for shits and giggles, she's gonna put her marking. And she's gonna put it above where the water would normally reach. So it doesn't get washed away with the next flood.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna specifically put it on this patched up area.
Okay.
Then she continues on.
And
And as she walks, she keeps an eye out for anything else that is alike that.
then I would like you to make me a wits and awareness.
No modifiers?
Bryan, do you have awareness dots that you can assist?
I have 1 awareness.
Okay, then do it at a +1. You're looking around. Nothing else seems to be all that odd. All of the brickwork here seems to be in fairly good shape. Some of it's a little crumbly, but it's not terribly damaged. You start getting into solid concrete, going further into another tunnel as the design of it is different, or maybe this was installed later on down the line. As you get towards, as you start to move out towards the west side of the city, where the highway, the loop highway, was towards the west side of your domain.
Interesting.
You get the sense that the older tunnels are far more west, going towards downtown, than they are east, going out towards the outskirts.
I want to head back into the older tunnels. Explore them a little bit further.
Okay. Are
But
you wanting
probably
to go outside of
high-
your domain?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
The more I know about this area, the better.
And so you continue westward again, going past where you know the interstate to be. And this is over the course of several hours as you're walking.
Yeah.
And you know that past the loop, you're going to start getting into Ava's domain.
She keeps that in mind. Passes that information on to Bryan. But she keeps following the wall. Keeps looking. She's interested to see what she can find down here.
And you see sewer animals. You see a small trail of water that's going through, and it stinks to high heaven down here.
Yeah, the sewer normally does.
And you hear the dripping noises of water. You hear the noises of the animals. If you were being quiet and you had a heartbeat, you might even hear your own heartbeat in this moment. It's fairly quiet.
She drops down, has a look around at some of the animals. And I would like to activate my animalism to speak with rats.
Okay, perfect. You get a little hungrier, hooray. You
That's
can't
fine.
you can't help but notice that these little critters are starting to look like juicy little morsels. Just chomp down on their flesh and drink their blood.
Oi,
What are you talking?
any of you want to talk to me?
Most of them are pretty scared. You're gonna have to make a charisma animal, kid.
Oof. I would like to re-roll those 2 fails.
Okay. One of them was starting to scurry off, but looks back at you.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything nasty to you. You got a name?
What's a name?
Something that we used to call each other by.
No. It's confused.
Well, I'm Ray.
You're a Ray.
Yeah, I'm a Ray. You don't see people down here often.
Not too often. Only when the ones with hard heads come.
Hard heads?
Yeah, hard heads.
I saw a break in the wall back there that's been fixed.
I didn't notice anything different.
That's fair.
You're different.
Thank you for stopping and...
You don't have a hard head. Why don't you have a hard head?
Well, maybe I'm a bit different from the ones with hard heads. Do the ones with hard heads ever talk to you?
No, they just shoo us off.
See? Different.
There's a ghost.
A ghost? Where?
Everywhere.
Can you show me?
No, and it scurries off.
Bye then. There's a ghost? That's weird.
Alright. I'm assuming your little rat friend and the hard heads are going to be the construction workers that come down here.
Yeah.
They're going to know why you don't have a hard hat on your head.
Yeah, I figured that much. There's a ghost.
How do you plan on track this thing down? And he says ghosts are... Ghosts can be anywhere. Why not be in a sewer?
Ghost could be something that disappears and appears. Animals have a weird way of talking about things.
They also have a different way of seeing things.
Yeah. They could be talking about a denizen of this area. Then again, they could be talking about an actual ghost. Do those even exist? Suppose why not? We exist.
Want to keep on investigating? Or...
Do I know about how much time I've spent down here?
Several hours.
Might be about time to head back, actually.
Alright.
I'd say we're probably dangerously close to sunrise.
Best be getting back home then.
That's a very fair estimate.
Oh! Dismal, how you doing?
The fuck are you doing down here?
Exploring.
Exploring for what?
It's always good to know the underside of your domains and others.
To be quite fair, the underside of this city is claimed by the Nosferatu.
That's true.
The unclaimed, specifically. The rest of you topsiders claim everything else up there.
Well, I'm not claiming anything. Just figured I'd come and do some exploring.
I saw you put a mark up.
Oh, you've been watching that long?
The sewers have eyes.
Yeah, just letting people know that I've been there.
Some might say that that's a stake of claim.
I was looking at that, break in the wall.
Mm.
You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That seemed a little bit odd.
Why does it strike you as odd?
'Cause
Things
there
are
wasn't
repaired
anything
all of
else
the
like it.
time.
Because I couldn't see anything else of that size in the area. It didn't look like it was falling apart.
It's because they fixed it.
Yeah, but there were no other large areas like that.
And you want to stake claim on it.
Not staking claim, letting people know that I've been there.
Anarchs put marks down when they're staking claim on territory.
I suppose.
And I
I'll
don't
put
know
one-
your marks.
You don't know my marks?
No.
Could have sworn I told you my marks.
I don't think you did.
Well, you've seen it now.
I suppose my point being
It's your...
that you're far away from home, little gangrel.
That's
And
true.
who's your friend?
New addition to our little group. This is Bryan. Bryan, this is Dismal.
Pleasure to
Oh.
make your acquaintance. And he extends a very leathery-looking hand.
I know is in return.
And it's gross.
I'm sure.
And he is an ugly thing to look at, and not a pretty sight. So what are you looking for, Ray?
Well, honestly, I came down here because I'm interested in looking at escape routes.
Escape
in case we
routes.
ever need it. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, now, what would you need escape
routes?
routes for?
Escape routes are always good to keep in mind. Always have a way to get out of trouble if you need it.
Does your little home topside not have an escape route?
Not yet. That's why I'm looking into it.
Looking to build one yourself?
Maybe.
Be careful of the sandy dirt then. It'll collapse on you if you're not careful.
Oh.
Sugar.
Yo.
Take a piece out and it all just collapses in on itself.
Exactly. See, he gets it.
Your clan generally tends to know a bit about construction, don't you?
Not me specifically, no.
You're an information gatherer. And a cleaner.
Like I told you before, I'm cold when things get messy.
Right. Huh.
Or need to get messy.
Yeah.
No, the construction expert you're thinking of is likely the person who built this city.
Who was that?
I think I mentioned him before.
Is that Lucio De La Rosa guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, you found any leads?
Not yet. I'm snooping.
Well, word's kind of getting around that you're looking for him too.
Might pique his interest if he's still listening.
Or shove him further into hiding, if he still
Maybe.
exists.
That's a big if. I had a
If.
chat with, what was his name? Benji?
Benji. Ah, okay. I know
Apparently
that
you used
name.
to run with him.
Yes, I know that name very well.
Benji reckons the last time he was seen was around the Elysium, and then poof. No one knows what happened to him after that.
I mean, that's the established rumor.
Yeah.
Others, like myself, think that maybe he killed Kyle A. Calhoun and then dug himself into the dirt.
Well, I figure if nobody saw him getting around on the surface, he had two ways that he could go. He could start flying, or he could go down. And we all know pigs fly. So, I reckon.
Given the fact that he's Tremere, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah. But that'd
They
draw a
can do
little bit of
some-
attention, don't you think?
Tremere can do some wacky shit.
I reckon he probably went down.
Hmm.
Any places in the sewers that you haven't checked?
I know these sewers and the Warrens like the back of my hand.
Anywhere that might be deeper?
There's nothing deeper than the Warrens.
Well, if you're sure.
I'm certain.
The only thing I could think then is that he somehow maybe either he's dust or he managed to find a way out of the city and he's not here any longer. But I'll keep looking. Who knows?
I have reason to believe he's still around. That bitch Velda is still more or less doing his bidding.
She is.
She was one of his little pawns. Now she's barren.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that that's not coincidence.
How do you figure that she's doing his bidding, though?
I don't know. Something about that domain stinks.
Well, Brian would know all about that, wouldn't you?
What do you?
Stinks. Beyond that, I can't tell you much. I haven't been here long.
How long have you been here, kid?
Only been here about 6 months at most.
And you were living in Velda's domain for that long? You'd know more than I would.
Apparently, Queen T took one look at him and booted him.
Yeah,
No
that's...
territory.
Sorry, what? You were cutting out.
I said I wasn't too keen on the domain or whose domain and its appearance as much as finding a place to hole up.
See, this is why... Yeah, this is why the influence in that domain just stinks. It stinks of Camarilla. She's got a rule that you come visit her when you're new to the domain. No other Anarch does that, really.
Maybe
Sounds
that's why
Good idea
pissed
to-
at.
Sounds like it's a good idea to keep track of who's coming in and out.
Which is a good thing, since given how things were very tense a year ago.
Isn't that when she came in?
That's when she came to power.
So she might still be holding habits from then.
Maybe.
Something to consider.
She claimed to be... She posted herself as Baron after Urian Doyle, quote, disappeared. The war baron that he is.
The other barons didn't say boo about it.
They approved of it.
Huh.
Most of her
There's gotta be
barony
something.
constituents approved of it. I can think of one person, though, who doesn't like her. And that's the Keeper of the Elysium,
Who's that?
Carlotta McKinsey.
Carlotta. I might have to have a chat with her.
And, another one that I think that doesn't like anybody in that domain either is, good old Maxine Forrest. Hates Amber Dupree's guts.
Hmm.
Maxine. Doesn't she work at Jameson's place?
Why do you think she does? She's the daughter of a Camarilla spy. Or defector. Defector to the Camarilla. So is Amber.
Well, shit.
Yeah. So now you have more leads to go on. What do you think? I, personally, want to see Urian Doyle and Benji Cortez and all of the host pay for what they did to Rascal.
Yeah. God, that sucks losing a child.
I've lost 2 to that goddamn domain.
2.
Rascal and my thin blood fox. Found out they're still alive.
Fox. Well, I'm glad to hear that they're still alive.
Yeah, but they're hanging out in Sanctuary and I can't touch them.
Isn't Sanctuary supposed to be some kind of haven for Thin Bloods?
Exactly. You go messing with their shit, you go beating the shit out of them, you go do anything. You look at them funny. And the ghost of sanctuary puts you out.
Huh.
The sanctuary is in Velda's domain?
That's
That's
right.
the word. So, like, why can't you talk to Fox if she's your childer? I'm assuming it's a she.
Because, like I said, you mess with anything in sanctuary, there's a ghost that makes you disappear.
So is she running from you?
I don't know that she knows I exist.
Huh.
She might. I don't know.
A ghost. What the fuck is with all the mentions of ghosts tonight? One of the rats told me that there was a ghost. I'm assuming that they were talking about you.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm a demon in the dark.
Ghost if I ever saw one. Spooky.
There's a lot of ghost stories in this city.
I'd be interested to hear some of them.
I already told you enough. You still haven't given me anything.
That's true, that's true. Hey, have you noticed all the, I'm assuming you know where our domain spreads, right?
Who doesn't?
Fair. You noticed all the homeless gathering around the edges of it, eh?
How do you think I kept an eye on you?
I was thinking of setting up some kind of charity for them.
Ah,
Keeping them fed, clothed, you know, that kind of thing. Figure you can get some use out of that as well.
does that mean you're welcoming me to feed in your domain?
Nah, I can't make that call. Not on my own.
You
But
gotta
I'll
give me
definitely
something.
talk to the rest of my group about that.
No, you gotta give me something.
What can I give ya? What do you think, Bryan?
I'm still too new and don't know enough of this city or what's going on.
And
To
we're
make
still building up.
all that.
Give me something that I could use.
I don't know what I can give you. I've given you as much as I can at the moment.
Tentatively, you give him this if he gives us something that helps us.
He's already given us something that helps us.
What more are you looking for?
Like I said, I'm looking for Urian Doyle. I want to put him in the dirt, along with his little friend Benji. In fact, I wouldn't be sad if all of Velda's domain came crashing down.
Brian grins at the mention of those names and saying Velda burning down.
Tell you what. I'm looking at having a bit of a tussle with Benji for a good time. For a bit of tussle.
He'll beat the shit out of you.
I know. But that's the fun of it. Maybe I can learn a thing or two from him, you know? But,
He can put you in. He can, as far as I understand, he can level a scourge.
I've heard that. But, I was going to invite him over for some fun. So when I do, I can let you know. And you can do with that information what you will. How's that sound?
Very interesting. Good luck convincing him. He doesn't leave the host side ever.
He seemed pretty interested when I posed it.
Like I said, good luck.
But that's about all I can give you.
Keen eyes on that one for a brouhaha.
Oh, yeah. But everybody's got their weaknesses, Dismal. Everybody.
Well, it's too bad. Too bad you're not giving me feeding rights.
Not sure you'd find much in our domain anyway. Like I said, we're still building up and everybody's currently in hiding. Having a hard enough time feeding ourselves.
Well, if that's what you're doing down here, don't let me stop you. But remember, the sewers have eyes.
There are always
Doesn't
ghosts
have
watching from the shadows.
Yes, well. Whatever it is you're hunting for, get on with it, then get out.
Well,
Pleasure to
well,
make your acquaintance, Mr. Dismal.
I suppose it is a pleasure. Sort of. And he starts to walk away.
see you when I see you, Dismal.
Mm-hmm. Fuck off.
Ray starts to head back towards where they entered.
We need to be heading home.
And she's grinning from ear to ear.
Oh.
Sorry, what was that?
I didn't say nothing.
And I suppose that is where we're going to switch over to the meeting house, where Maria and Nicole have collected themselves. Noel is in his own room studying for a ritual that he is finally going to put to practice, making sure that he has the last bit of the ciphers memorized and the glyphs more or less etched into his mind. But Nicole has arrived, Maria, and she's brought an overnight bag with quite a number of things in it. Some clothes, possibly some makeup, possibly some toiletries, and is just kind of standing at the doorway of your room and looking in with anticipation.
it's good to end up seeing it here. It ends up making things a whole lot easier. I end up waiting for her to... Oh, I'll wait for a moment, just looking over.
She's kind of looking around the room, just taking in the little odds and ends that you may have collected. The bed, the covering over the window, and just kind of looks like she's observing.
Nicole,
Yes?
she pulls out a cell phone, just quickly takes a picture of Cole.
A candid
Need
shot?
that. You wanted to be involved in this. I wanted to remember what she looked like at this moment.
Okay.
I
Anything-
said there was a way. And you can help.
Well,
But
I
that
wanna
means
help.
you're gonna... I know you do. But it means you're gonna have to help yourself first.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna hurt a lot. I won't lie to you.
Like it did last time, right?
And something you're gonna get used to. Gonna have to get used to it. If you work out, eat right, stretch, build yourself up,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll be able to do more. I want you to be my most fantastic.
Okay.
But you're gonna. But your life as it is over. She pats on the bed, beckoning Nicole to sit.
And Nicole goes to sit.
Nicole, this bed will be yours. Rest as long as you can. Take small cat naps. You're gonna need it to be up all night, because I'm gonna have you out and about during the day too.
All night and during the day?
That's right. I can't go out. Not during the day. I'll be sleeping, so to speak. You'll figure it out as you... The important thing is I'm gonna end up here working with you. So that you are the greatest thing I have ever made.
I want to be perfect. I want to be for you.
Yes, you do. And with that, she gently raises Nicole's chin. Whenever anyone of this house asks you to do something, unless it is something that I have told you not to, you're gonna do it.
Okay.
They're important. You can help out around the house. And I'm gonna see if I can't find some way to keep you, at least with a few dollars in your hip pocket, to be able to end up living something like a life. You have a boyfriend or anything like that?
No?
Family in the city?
We don't talk much.
We'll go through the finer details later. Alright.
The only one I love is you.
You're mine. Don't you worry about it. I'm almost excited to get started.
So what exactly is...
I made you beautiful. I want to know what else I can make you.
I don't know.
I'm curious to find out too. And she reaches over and starts applying a trade. I am... Now, if I recall, her default was 1 hit strength, 2 dex, 1 hit stamina, right? And we
Correct.
removed the for beautiful, so I'm going to take that back.
Okay.
And we're going to rouse the blood. Hey, didn't cost blood this time.
No.
And we are going to do flesh crafting. This is not going to be... For once, I'm not going to boost it. I'm just going to let it roll where it rolls.
Okay.
3 successes is enough.
Hmm.
I am going to move that 1 dot from looks to stamina.
Stamina? Okay.
Stamina. I'm tightening the muscle fibers. I'm making it easier blood flow so she doesn't get tired as quickly. I am loosening up, and in doing so, I may be stretching her skin out, making her arms and legs just a little taller. She might be standing almost 2 full inches taller than she used to. I'm mold her a bit.
And she's groaning in pain as a result of this. She's trying not to yelp out.
And it's at that point, I take my fingertip and I force it into her chest and I drag it in a pseudo circle, stopping just before the ends meet. And as I, with my fingertips, alleviate flesh and bone into an artistic pattern, I continue on until her neck and arms and legs are elongated and patterned with long marks that almost make it look like I'm playing around with her skin as though it's clay, leaving indentations that almost end up seeming tribal. It's almost like a tattoo, except you can actually poke your finger. A little bit more extreme, but for the most part, that's just decorative. The rest of it, I'll let her keep her face for now.
And Noel, you can hear the slight bit of moaning and a little bit of yelping going on in the other room.
Noel is concerned. But given that he knew that it wouldn't be Ray and Bryan, for they wouldn't be back for a little while yet. That has to be Maria. And it's much better to just not get involved unless she comes up and asks for something.
And that's a woman's voice that you hear. You hear crying. She's trying not to yelp out, but there's very little that she can do to not cry out in pain a little bit. Given that you're stretching limbs, Maria. And
she's under the knife. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not going downstairs now. If that didn't cinch it, I don't know what does.
We don't go into the Zamisi's lair when that's happening. Don't need to give them ideas.
Next
Think
time, we're going
about-
to install a light. We're going to install a light that says "Operation in Progress."
Maria's. It's not fine work. Maybe she was just excited. You know, first time she gets to just like see what before Nicole even has a chance to rest up. Yeah, excitedly Maria ends up standing her up, looking her over.
And there are tears in her eyes. You can tell that she's in pain.
Maria's smiling, Eris smiling, looking. She looks at her. It's so well, little Nicole. Could you? She tries to find hand.
And she looks at the marks that are on her skin now. What does that do?
That's just. You're like a beautiful blank sheet of paper. I just have to draw. I have to write it, thoughts on you. I have to create.
Uh-huh.
I know it hurts. I swear I'll get better. I'm trying to find ways to get. I don't know what hurts more or less outside of what I've done to myself. But it's so much easier to focus when I'm not biting through my own lip, trying to not scream out. Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything to you. I wouldn't do it myself.
Okay.
She says it like admiring her work. That's looking. And she grabs hold of this elongated wrist of Nicole and starts to stairs. Like she's rushing. Somebody's got to see this. She's got to celebrate. And it probably doesn't long before Noel ends up getting a knock on the door.
Noel, there's a knock on
No.
your door.
Yeah.
Got a minute?
Yeah, come in. Door's unlocked.
And you see Maria pulling in this woman. Face looks familiar, but wasn't she shorter? You can see all kinds of marks. They're nonsensical. You wouldn't find any runes or anything like that. It's just nonsensical patterns. Kind of like what you do if you're just sitting there with a pen and paper and you just start drawing triangles and trying to treat it like I don't know, a spirograph or something. But these markings are all over her body. Probably one thing that you might notice, however, is just in her upper chest region is a indentation. Almost like it's so drawn roughly with a finger. A circle that looks like it's trying to eat itself.
And you can see that the girl is trying to cover herself up because she is naked at this point.
Well, Maria, you had come in to see that Noel has drawn a very distinct set of rather complex glyphs on a piece of paper sitting on the desk just off to the side.
Huh.
And
Looks like we're both in there doing some creating tonight.
you could say that, yeah.
Complicated work. She continues to drag Cole along.
Yeah, that's a way that you could put it.
What is it?
It's a ward.
Whoa. Kind of like what Mama did for you.
Yeah, she did the larger circle. This is the base ward.
Noel here is a lovely bit of talent when it comes down to some of the more obscure little things. He's got talents as much like my own.
Really?
But
Another miracle worker?
He is another miracle worker.
What kind? Are there different
You know-
kinds?
Oh, they're all kinds. You get to see a lot of stuff that you never thought possible. Treasure. But I did come here with a purpose. She kind of beams as she's looking at Nicole. She's just seems pleased. And it's almost though she's making up, because everything she's done isn't, while it's rushed, probably in the excitement, it's not birdish. It's not like what happened with the wall.
it's rushed but not sloppy.
Yeah. A lot more artistic flair to what she's doing.
Hmm.
And Nicole is just trying not to be naked when she doesn't have clothes on right now. Seems rather embarrassed.
Nicole,
Mm-hmm.
don't you worry. He doesn't look it. In fact, I'd like to end up offering him some. Cause
What?
it's alright. Tell me, have you eaten yet? She looks back to Noel.
Yeah, I'm actually fine as far as that goes.
Maybe another night then. She's not even looking at Nicole at this point. She just kind of reaches over again, puts her hand under her chin just to make her raise her head a bit, as though presenting the goods. Wow. Figure I'd try and make nice. Nicole's gonna be with us for a little bit. She's gonna watch over and help clean up around the house and other things.
Mm-hmm.
She's agreed that we're going to practice, see what miracles can do. And when she's ready, when I've given her the tools she needs, I want her to be out there, being able to end up being eyes and ears in a more efficient way. But before we can do that, Cole, you
Mm-hmm.
gotta end up putting in the work, give me more material to work with.
Yeah.
Noel is actually making a mental note in his head. It seems that Maria's capabilities are proportionate to the physical capabilities of the vessel.
Like you said, exercise and eat right.
That's right. You might want to end up adding a little bit more sugar to your diet.
Sugar.
Helps with anemia. Kind of like when you, end up, getting, if you ever donated blood, you know, and how the hospital always gives you a sugar cookie?
Yeah, and orange juice.
Yeah. You're gonna want to do that a little bit more.
Okay. Not too much, though, right? Because you don't want me fat, right?
Oh, don't you worry about that. You get a little bit of a muffin top, I can have fun with that. Remember, I don't need you to be perfect. I can make you that.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk you through the place. I am gonna tell you the rule.
Can I put some clothes back on?
Yeah. Yeah, you go get dressed, get more comfortable. We did such good work together. I had to show you. You're gonna have to be a lot less shy about it.
I'll work on that.
You're my statue to work on. You are my magnum opus. A work in progress where everybody gets to see how it works out. You need to be shy when it's appropriate.
And not when it's not.
Go on, no?
I was just going to say, Nicole would notice that Noel's eyes haven't actually, like, he's seen her, like, the markings on her arms and the thing in the little indentation in the middle of her chest, but his eyes actually haven't drifted anywhere immodest. In fact, mostly they've been locked between Maria and her, from the neck up.
Nicole, go get dressed.
Mm-hmm.
Go get yourself something to eat and get something to drink. Let me know if anybody's at the door. I gotta talk to Noel for a little bit. Let him know on how things are gonna be changing as far as living arrangements.
Okay. And she walks off to go and put some clothes on quickly and stand vigil at the door. The front door.
Close the door once Nicole leaves. So were you fibbing when you end up saying you're fine when it comes down to feeding?
No.
I hate to end up being inhospitable.
No, not a lie. The only way that I'd be able to get lower than this would be to silence the void completely, and you know what needs to happen then.
Yeah, and if you did that, Nicole, I think I'd be beside myself.
Yeah. And no, I am actually alright, and I appreciate the thought. Thank you. Actually, while I've got you here, Noel's gonna go grab that note that Ray gave him. Ray left me something for you. A note about something. I don't know, I can't read it. Her writing is awful. Here you go. And he'd offer it to Maria. And it's the notes about the charity drive and everything with the homeless.
She takes a few minutes. No, this is a terrible idea. Why would you want us to jump in and feed on a charity drive?
No. She wants to do a charity drive. Not bid on a charity drive. That would be...
Just reading what
That'd
it says.
Oh, yeah, no. She actually vocalized this idea to me that she wanted to start a charity drive for the homeless, like temporary soup kitchens and stuff, not feed on the homeless. Oh,
It's
that's...
just an Aussie thing.
I don't know. You're asking me questions, but for the first time in a long time, Maria, I do not have answers for you.
It's alright. Oh. I took her out of her life. I think what makes it easy is the fact that she says she wants that. I think that's a lie. No, it's a lie. But fact is that there's no turning back now. And if I do, I'm gonna regret it for a grand total of a few months before I end up in the ground. She's gonna be my little ace in the hole for you all.
Yes, I'm guessing a canvas with which you're going to work your magic.
Need to practice somehow. I need more canvas. I need more. I need more blood. I need more everything. But I need to make sure that... I guess the best way to put it is she is a proof of concept.
Yeah, okay. Well, you you mentioned something interesting. You said that you thought that the way that she felt was a lie. Has she tasted your blood, Maria?
Several occasions.
How many?
I know what you're thinking. And you'd be right. I'm told that what I have is unique, though, in that regard. You do it once and you're in somebody's head, right? Just kind of live there.
Yeah.
I do it once and they're head over heels.
Well,
I think it has to do something with one of my other talents.
well, that does have me curious.
About what?
I know that you are capable of animal empathy. It's how you bonded with Diamond. That's what you call the rattlesnake, yes? Diamond?
Yeah.
And I also know that you practice... It's similar to an ability seen amongst those of Clan Gangrel and the Ministry, but different somehow. And that's the special talent that you have.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So
you mentioned a third.
Like I said, I think it's tied in. I can do the same thing with her to you right now without you tasting the damn thing. Stand up. And with that, she's going to use Compel.
No, you're free to resist if you'd like to.
This is more demonstration purposes, but 4 successes, not too bad.
I am going to spend a willpower.
That's right. You can refuse.
So, Maria, you give the compel. And you'd feel it land. But there's a slight glint of red in Noel's eyes for just a split second. And the command itself is brushed off. As if you had done nothing at all. And he nods. Right.
Okay, why aren't you standing?
Mental dominion. Known also as dominate, practiced by Clan Tremere and Clan Ventrue. It is also, it's a matter of whether, as far as those particular abilities go, when used upon kindred, you're pushing against a mind that knows how to resist. The other caveat, however, is that those of a thicker blood than you can brush off commands as if it were nothing.
Here's a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
That puts him at 11th gen, doesn't it?
No, because you're 13th.
Yeah.
Double check the character sheet. We talked about that.
Oh, wait. Are you? Actually,
Oh yeah, you're right. Never
oh,
mind.
if that is the case, then my apologies. I actually have to roll.
No. I will gladly let the rule stand. I'm not going to change it. It might be a literal glint. Remember, you could stand, but you can also resist if you're spending willpower to stop a following turn, right? That's much like a beast. So I'll gladly end up doing that if he's willing to suck up the cost. Consider it the equivalent of succeed at a cost.
Yeah, I'll allow a succeed
Yeah.
at cost.
But
No, I'll take that as a succeed as a cost. But all right, I will keep that in. I will actually keep that in mind because that's something that we do need to consider.
Yeah. Which might actually be the thing that throws Noel off.
Yeah.
That it's not nearly as easy as someone who's younger than you to
brush off.
Most who are younger than you can't do that. Some who are older than you can't do that.
Noel kind of raises a brow. Thinking about it. That was a lot more difficult than usual, though.
Not sure what that means, but I'm sure it's important. But
yeah, you would have seen him. You would have seen him flinch to try and get up, but then brush it off. Yeah. Versus not flinching at all.
How interesting. But no, all right. Animal empathy, shape changing, and mental dominion.
Remember how I said that I used that near book as a guidebook? Think about what Dracula did. Go to the window, tell them to let them in. Yeah. First trick I tried.
Yeah. Alright. And now that Noel's thinking back to it, well, therein lies a third possibility then for
third possibility?
Remember earlier with Chisholm here, we were talking about Bryan.
You said that that the traits me and Bryan had together were vestiges that we don't actually end up having any relation. Those were your words exactly.
Yes, but I also didn't know what Bryan was capable and didn't know that you were capable of mental dominion. Because remember the three abilities that they said that Bryan had. Animal empathy, brute strength, mental dominion. The Nosferatu possessed the former two of those three. The La Sombra possessed the latter two of those three. And
Between
now,
doolittling and getting in people's heads, that's something we share.
that's something that you've helped me put together just now. Yes.
Glad I could give you something in compensation. Trying to end up here smoothing this out, no? I hope we both don't regret it.
I would hope so as well. But
I did owe you. Now I consider us even. Back to square one.
alright.
So, what's the circle you hear drawn? She kind of just looks in. You know, if it's that simple, what if I were to just put one of these marks on her back?
Well, for starters,
Man, I could trade.
if she's it requires a little more than that. Requires the right kind of vitae attuned to the ability to do it. And B, if you fed her your vitae enough times, that would mean that she would be repelled against this very ward. This is a ward against ghouls.
What's a ghoul?
A properly blood-bound kind.
There's a proper way to do it.
Think of it like this. Regularly, one drink will put you in their head. 2 drinks will make them adore you. And 3, the magic number, 3 will make them wholly subservient to you. And subsequent drinks after that will continue to make them even more subservient under you until you are the only thing that they can think about. You seem to have the ability to make the bond feel more. Must be some special trait that you possess, not even as a member of your clan, but maybe just you specifically are able to do that.
Well, like I said, I think it has something to do with that headspace. It feels the same when I use it. It's like when I end up speaking, I tell somebody to stand up, right? The difference is it's kind of like I put a little bit of that same thing into what I give them when I bleed out on them.
Maybe you have the ability to use your powers of mental dominion to enforce the blood bond in a harsher manner, in a more powerful manner, as if they had more drinks. That is a very interesting power. I've never heard of anything like that. But
well, to be fair, I don't know how many in my family, my clan, actually do this. For all I know, me and my creator are the only two who can end up doing that. For all I know. But I do know this. do if we had a whole gang of them?
It'd be an army. An army of individuals curated, painted, and built exactly how you wished. The only limits would be your imagination and the materials you have to work with. Which is a, quite frankly, terrifying thought.
But it might be an option.
It
I'm gonna
might be.
keep playing around. See what we
Hmm.
can really build out. But that being said, I want you to come up with what we need. Just ask me, get me to think about it. I understand that Faust has the big vision, you have this logistic thing, Ray has the court. We're still figuring out Bryan, but I know these roads. These hands made some of these roads. So I'm gonna end up doing what I do best. So you tell me what we need. If it's easy, Cole, go fetch it for us. If it's more difficult, well, I'll do the fetching.
Well, if you want, you said you wanted more canvases, more material.
Yeah,
And from the things that I've seen and what I've deduced, it seems that your material limitations are based upon two things. The blood to perform the procedures that you require, which is fair enough. It's much like my own sorcery in a way, in that way. The
How
other, my ability to create the poison I do, to extinguish the vitae of other kindred, the rituals that I perform, they all cost blood. They all tax me, make me hungrier. And I'm guessing your procedures do the same to you, right? When you turn yourself into things, or you're working on someone else and turn them into something?
yeah.
That is how it's similar.
Too. Pardon my language.
It's fine. But the other way, the other limitation is the physical, it seems, from what you've said and what I've seen, is the physical fitness of your canvases. There has to be meat and bone to work with. Doesn't matter how smart they are, doesn't matter how charming they are, there must be meat and bone to work with. Meat, bone, tendons, etc. Which means you want physically healthy people. You want fit people. You want people who take a lot of stock in the way that their bodies look.
Wow. That's about the size of it. That's the two things that make or break it. I think I might need to end up starting to look around. Wish we had a gym around here.
Then, when life does not give you lemons, we make them ourselves. There's not a gym around here. Change that.
You hear a knocking on the door. Maria?
I go quickly open it. Yes, Nicole? Someone at the door?
The Australian woman and a big guy.
Fantastic. Take it by the hand. Good talk, Noel. Glad we can help. That.
Yeah, good talk, Maria. And he'd give her a smile.
And Hooray and Bryan are making their way inside the house.
Welcome home. You too.
I'd like to make a note that Bryan and Ray probably both stink to high heavens.
They do.
Oh God.
Oh,
Oh, what is
ew.
that?
What, don't like the smell of the sewers?
Oh, what are you doing down there now?
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
gross.
sure
go for it.
Dismal would be very offended.
Oh, I don't care what the small thinks. Go for a shower.
Yeah.
By all that is holy, go for a shower. God.
God, give us a time. Give us a minute. We just walked through the door, right?
Ray, I am this close to getting the hose.
Let's go.
You just threatened her with a good
Maria.
timer out.
Maria, I'm a water baby, alright? I like getting wet.
I imagine the entire coterie just lets that one sit in the air for a little while.
I didn't know. I didn't know that you had suddenly changed into a member of Clan Toreador, Hooray.
Wrong kind of wet.
Nicole just kind of chuckles
Uh,
under her breath.
Who's this? And should we be talking about this with her in earshot?
Man,
Yours.
It's a new friend.
you remember the diner? Doesn't this face look familiar?
I'm Nicole.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
How you doing, Nicole?
I'm okay.
Nicole's gonna be staying with us. Very long time.
Right.
She likes to be around miracle workers. Nicole,
What?
I'm
going to take
Sorry? Well, go ahead.
I'm going to shower.
Oh, thank God.
Bryan does not smell like a sewer.
Oh. All right, Brian. You go. You go and you go for a shower.
As they're
Oh.
talking, Ray is actually beginning to strip off her clothes.
Nicole,
Uh.
would you be a dear? There's a washing machine downstairs. Just take those down, and I'll come get you. You remember what you said that you'd focus on right now, right? I need you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna keep going at this, and we're gonna see if you can, what you can take tomorrow.
Okay.
Tonight, we're just gonna take it slow, and you'll find the routine. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that does remind me. You worked a lot in the restaurant.
Uh-huh.
How good were you at it? Really?
People seem to like me.
People are gonna like you a lot more. I got something in mind. Something I think will help both of us out.
Okay.
Go
And she-
take those downstairs.
Yeah, she starts to collect the clothes and pauses for a moment. Should I collect his too?
Yeah, better do that.
Okay. And she's gonna then follow Bryan up and is going to ask him for his clothes as he's in the bathroom in the shower.
Ray is just standing there buck naked. You can see down her side, over her hip, a little bit onto her back, and down her thighs she's got these very tribal style tattoos.
You know, I couldn't end up making that look for Nicole. Something I can practice later, I suppose.
These ones are special.
And Noel is going to recite their names off. Right?
Yeah. Signs of adulthood, signs of various things that I've done. Part of my tribe.
And if some people, and if traditionalists be believed, they're also of a religious significance.
A little bit.
Of course, in the mythology of your homeland, it is the god Matora who first gifted humans the chisel of bone with which to mark themselves.
Yeah. Fun process. Maybe I'll show you sometime.
Maybe.
But Ray begins to make her way through the kitchen, taking a seat.
Stark naked.
Yeah.
Stark naked. She's
I am
completely nude.
currently
No shit.
grabbing hold of a bucket, pouring some soap in it, and letting the hot water run as we're having this conversation.
So, had a bit of a wander around down in the sewers.
Clearly.
Bit of fun. Good bit of fun. It's interesting.
And
There's a little spot down there that seems to have caved in maybe at some point, and it's been repatched up. Pretty big section. Doesn't seem to be anywhere else down there like it. Dismal thought it was nothing, but I thought it seemed a little bit strange. Oh yeah, ran into him down there too. He reckons that he still wants me looking for Urian. Said apparently there's Carlotta Mackenzie and Maxine Forrest don't really like those in Queen T's domain. Apparently, the kid that he lost, name's Rascal. And apparently he's also got another kid named Fox, who's apparently a thin blood. Says there's a ghost in Sanctuary that boots people out who try to hunt them down.
That means that Fox very obviously doesn't want to be found and just wants to be left alone.
Yeah, that's the thought.
What else did he say?
That's about it of interest. He reckons he wants payment. He was poking for feeding rights in our domain, which I said, can't do.
No, we can't do that. But, did he give you any insight as to why he might want to find a legend?
Yeah, because his kids were killed. Well, his kid was killed. And now he can't access his other one. And supposedly, Sanctuary is where this Urian used to live.
And I'm gonna assume he wants some kind of revenge.
Yep.
I think that's as far as that goes.
I'm just curious to find this guy now. Because this guy's just vanished. How the fuck do you just vanish?
I can think of a few ways.
So could I. But as far as if you want to continue looking for Urian, that's fine. But that's on our own back. Not
I'm
doing
down.
it for Dismal.
Dismal's keeping an eye on us, by the way.
I bet he
Apparently
is.
those homeless at the edge of our domain. Apparently he's got his own in amongst them. Even more of a reason to keep him around.
Yep. I handed
And
that
I
note
left.
along too, by the way.
Yeah, you got that?
Hand it along to
Maria?
Maria.
You got
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I was a little confused though. And when I read it, I wasn't sure why it is that we would be suddenly attacking a charity.
No. What? No.
Well, it says right here, black and white. You know, feeding charity.
We're gonna feed the homeless with a charity.
I was a little confused as to why we would feed the homeless to a charity. But hey,
Does Marjani count as a charity? I don't think she does.
look, I can't make heads or tails of this hand right now. Okay, we are going to. You and me are gonna sit down and you're gonna learn proper American cursive.
Ew. Look, I don't sit down and write a lot, alright? And I was in a bit of a rush. I wanted to get my shit done.
Yeah, I understand that.
But, what do you think of the idea?
What? Trying to hunt down a ghost?
Nah, feeding the homeless, doing charity work. Getting them on side, getting personable with them.
Could do it if you end up having the money. Drives ain't cheap. You think so, but trust me, it's a lot of legwork. Used to have to end up doing it back in the day.
Faust
So you
and
got
I are working
experience
on
in
that.
this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right, well, I've got to raise it with Faust still anyway. But maybe there's something we can do with that. I was thinking too. Nah, I lost the thought. Thinking really isn't my strong suit. But,
Nicole is quickly coming down the stairs with a bundle of clothes and then quickly goes down to the basement.
yeah.
Brian will be.
You'll be coming down next, Brian.
Yeah, Brian's not too far behind her.
Yeah, about that time. Okay, now that one's shot off, I just take that bucket and dump it right over Ray. Hot
She
soap.
just shakes like a dog. Probably spraying it all over the kitchen.
Probably.
Oh yeah, the kitchen is a hot mess now.
Oh.
Isn't that invigorating?
Look, I'm not going to be sitting next to that smell this entire conversation.
It's been worse.
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't want to ask how.
I mean, you sit in a steel crate for a
I
week
said I
trying to
don't
country to
wanna
another.
know.
You get kind of stinky.
I don't want to know.
God, I smelt like rotten fish for a week.
That's disgusting. That is genuinely the most disgusting thing that I have ever heard.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, because you broke
I could
into
be-
that crate, it went off. It went off real bad.
Yep.
Look,
It was kind of gross.
let me.
note to self: next time I stow away on a ship, don't break into a crate of perishables.
All right. What do you need from us?
Sorry, one moment.
And that's about
What
when
was that?
Brian starts coming down.
Hey, Brian. So what do you need from us? Let's say we do this.
Well, I think I'm going to need your experience with this most of all, especially since you've got the contacts all around the domain.
I can do that. I can definitely do that.
My thought would be let them know that we're gathering up items that they don't need. Things like clothes, canned foods, non perishable foods, things that they may be getting rid of otherwise. And that we're going to pass them on to the needy in the area.
Alright. I can do that for you.
Since you
Yep.
got the new one here too, I suppose we can probably use some of them for her.
Yeah. I will end up saying this, though. While this is going on, there's something I'm gonna need from all of you.
I'm
Not-
listening.
I need a space. Public place. Could be, well, needs to be able to situate about 50 to 100 people at any given time, including equipment.
What kind of?
What for?
It has occurred to me that despite the fact we live in this area, we don't actually end up having a local gym, a recreation center kind of thing going. So if you're going to end up helping all the people who being flooded on down here, the least I can do is give people a safe place to end up here, being able to end up working out.
Interesting.
If you don't have lemons, grow them yourself. She looks to know. Bring in a small amount of money, very low maintenance to end up maintaining. It gives my little Aaron a place to work and a place to end up here continuing to build herself up as I end up doing some practicing. Maybe end up having some place to find individuals who don't quite belong or people who might be coming in through town. Which then also means that we have access to other things that we're going to need.
Interesting. I also had a thought for a soup kitchen. Or maybe an underground fighting ring.
So we're going to need a lot of capital.
Maybe.
That's my price for getting this food auction off the ground.
Sounds like a plan.
Fantastic.
Because we don't.
You and Faust figure out this whole money situation. I'll get it started up. Bryan, you might want to hear what Noel has to say. He might have
Okay.
put something that helps you out a little bit.
Yeah.
Maria, hold on. You said you were building up this new girl. How are you building her up?
Well, I imagine she's probably doing something like squats, sit-ups, pushes, and push-ups, and probably plenty of juice by the end. That's a start. But how
I
am
may
I?
have a way to help her.
You might have a way to do that.
Well, yeah.
I'm listening. You got my attention at the very least.
Bryan would then tell him that very fluent in the martial arts and could help with her training.
Oh, we got a martial artist. That's good strength training, good flexibility training, good endurance training all around.
Yes, I am.
You know what? On the off chance what Noel has to say is true,
Uh-huh.
This here is probably the best stepping
Yeah.
stone you could have ended up asking for. And you might be more interested in what I have going on very, very soon. Let Noel and Faust take the high ground. Let Neil Ray deal with the criminal and kindred element. You and me are gonna end up doing some work in this neighborhood together. Alright. Anyway, Noel, you said you piece clicked in for you that you might want to share.
Yeah. So we're going to assume for a moment, or actually rather, I can make the clear assumption, and I would be willing to take this to the bank, that Bryan, you are a member of the clanless, the Caitiff.
Okay.
Now there are, in my mind, only two ways that Caitiff could really come about. The so-called botch job, although I don't believe that. It's kind of hard to botch something if you don't really know what you're working with, and no one really knows everything about the blood. Or you are embraced by someone who was themselves Caitiff. That would be the other way that I would imagine this occurring. Now, the abilities that you've stated that you have access to: animal empathy, brute strength, mental dominion.
Mhm.
If we assume the former, that your sire was not Caitiff, and that this was an embrace that somehow didn't go according to plan or did not work properly, there are three possibilities. One,
Only three.
only three.
All right.
One is Clan Nosferatu. The blood is a reflection of those that come before it. So this is based on the things that you have access to and the things that they have access to innately, not the things that you work for. The Nosferatu have the ability of animal empathy, much like how Ahure here and Maria here do. They also have the brute strength
Yeah.
that you possess. But they do not possess the mental domination that you possess. Next is Clan La Sombra. Now,
Sorry
I
to
don't
rush
know a
you
lot.
along, but can you get to the point?
The point is that there's one of three clans based upon the way that the blood has manifested itself in you. Clan Nosferatu, Clan La Sombra, who possess the brute strength and the mental domination you possess, but not the animal empathy. And the last is Clan Zemisi. You possess their mental domination and animal empathy, but not their shape-changing abilities. That would mean, at the very least in my mind, based off the information that I have, that whoever sired you is one of these three clans.
Mhm. That's an interesting theory, but how do we test it?
So you're trying to tell me here, Botch Job could potentially be a pretty Nosferatu.
No. He's not Nosferatu, not La Sombra, and not Zemisi. He can't be, because he's clanless. His sire, on the other hand, could be Nosferatu, could be La Sombra, or could be Zamisi.
Huh.
And because if he was a botch job, then his sire more than likely wasn't. Which means his sire's gonna have a clan, right? If it's a botch job, then maybe he's gained the majority of the abilities that one of those clans possesses, but one of them swapped out along the line somewhere for something else that was introduced. Maybe that's why it botched. This is all speculation and conjecture, mind you, but it may give you, Bryan, a little bit of insight as to who it is that you are and why you are the way you are.
What you thinking, Redbeard?
Much like everything else, just something else that I have to work to find.
Yeah, it is one of those things you're going to have to work to find. There's unfortunately, no getting around that. Probably gives more questions than answers, but
That's my life. Always more.
I don't think there's ever an easy solution when it comes to kindred.
Honestly,
Nerding.
nothing is easy when it comes to kindred.
Nerding,
Yeah.
Raid is still sitting here in the nude.
Yeah.
well,
And Bryan
Different
probably
way.
just has a towel around his waist.
And,
Yep.
And I'm still standing here.
yep, no modesty.
Wow. Glad to know everybody else is comfortable. What do y'all need from me here tomorrow? Let me know all the logistics you need. I'll see what we can get done.
Fuck, I haven't even thought about tomorrow.
Well, you better.
Guess I need to talk to Faust first.
You go ahead and do that. You know my terms, I will end up getting on board the second I can end up finding such a space.
By the way, I put my mark down in the sewer of that little piece of rubble that was put back together.
Maria's going to be sure that at this point she takes very careful note on where that position is. She'll be inquiring to Ray to get the exact fix on what she's talking about.
And Ray will happily give it.
And
If anybody comes around asking about that mark, point them in my direction.
You got it.
I can't think of any logistical things that your expertise to be able to help in at the moment, Maria. My main focus as logistics go right now is getting the resources together with Faust, and right now that's involving a whole lot of computers.
I can't do much other than type in WordPress.
Yeah, this is cryptocurrency. So
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that.
That in order for him to effectively, there are a few key things he will be needing.
What are you gonna need?
In particular, gaping timber. I'm gonna need to find something for Best I probably make that. The wooden martial arts practice dummy I'll make. But I'm still going to need wood so that I can make it. So make that. Really?
I can get that.
Anything together basically with landscape timber and duct tape. Two large landscaping timbers, one unmessed with, one he'll mess with, and some duct tape.
Right, make some note. Alright. It'll be here first thing in the morning when you wake up.
Good. Immediately.
You're telling me that you're about to end up help train Nicole. You're going to end up making her more. And if that's the case, I want to end up seeing the results of it. I'm willing to help out with that. And like I said, you're under my roof.
Indeed.
And I wouldn't be myself if I wasn't trying to be a little bit hospitable, now would I?
Known for down here is our hospitality.
Yeah. So I've been told. Try and at least live up to that one. That being said, kind of looks around the room. I'm going to end up doing everything I can to end up making this neighborhood a safer place, so you want to end up helping out the homeless and disenfranchised by all means. I'll even throw in my 2 cents if possible. Just know that if they start to become a problem, if I find out any of them are dealing to any of my neighbors, or if I find anything like that, they're just going to end up going missing. So I'd suggest try and end up keeping a tight leash. Marjani might like that kind of stuff.
The idea by getting close to them is that we now know exactly, well, once we get close to them, we'll know exactly what they're doing and what they're talking to each other about.
Alright,
Information networking.
good. Then I see. It's always good to work with a fire under your ass kind of situation. I'm just all plumb excited. So, you're gonna get the wood that you need, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up making sure that the individuals know where to end up getting their donations and what have you. Noel is gonna try and end up getting some kind of mining operation going with Faust. And by the end of this, all I'm asking for is my space and equipment. I think everybody's here is just gonna get along peachy keen now, don't you think?
And I believe that is where we are going to leave the session for tonight. With these kindred resting, knowing that they have plans coming up in the near future.
If that's the case, I have met my desire.
Alright. So, thank you to my lovely cast.
Nice.
Oh, me too.
Their participation in this lovely chronicle. I hope you all are enjoying.
Oh yeah.
I'm definitely enjoying it.
Yay!
I met my quota, so I am going to take away that.
Yes.
That aggravated willpower.
We will
and by
also
the
be
time
starting a new night next time, so.
Sweet.
All right.
Back to full bore.
So, that, yes, that does mean in the case of this game that willpower will be recovered on a auto rest. So any new nights, You do recover willpower instead of once per session. It's once per night. That is a house rule that I've done. But yeah, I don't think we have stains to issue because Maria was being as gentle as she knew how to be with Nicole. So there's no risk of a stain for torture.
No, she wasn't trying to be rough with Nicole. It was only as much pain as was truly necessary to get the job done. There wasn't any undue infliction of pain.
No, yeah, and that's understandable. So there's no stains in that regard, and I don't think anybody broke one of their convictions, did they?
Nope.
Nope. Then there's no stains to be issued, and recovery of willpower has already happened. So now we can move on.
Technically, I believe my love thy neighbor as you would thyself conviction would actually cover me in that regard. As Maria said, I will never do to you what I'm not willing to do to myself.
Yep, because she's definitely honoring her own word in that regard, that she suffers just as equally doing this kind of thing because she hasn't perfected it yet. But she's getting there. So, with that being said, we are going to open up the poll for audience favorites and move on to our lovely bit of experience. Now, everybody gets one for their participation today. So,
Why, thank you.
you lovelies get to do that. The poll has started. It's open for 10 minutes, and just type in the chat !vote and the name of the character that you would like to vote for. So, and the bot will tell you whether you have been successfully used your vote. But now our coterie mates get to vote amongst themselves as to what they believe they should be rewarded for. So, who moved our plot?
Oh, hooray.
That's a Ray mover.
Right.
It's unanimous. Ray gets that one. All right. Well, there's no deliberation for that one. Who had the best scene?
Ooh.
I'm torn between two.
Mm.
I'm torn between two.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, sorry, torn between three.
Oh, goodness.
Maria, when she was talking to Nicole alone. Noel, for the chat that he and Maria were having together in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And all of us for that last scene in the kitchen, where upon kindred have no shame, no modesty.
I mean, to be fair, part of Ahurai's clan compulsion is to get naked.
Yes.
She's not suffering from a compulsion. She's just comfortable naked.
Well, it's also a case of
Also,
practicing a compulsion situation to make sure that this is not out of the ordinary.
Mm.
also, Bryan is also kind of probably very used to nudity because of the fact that he was kind of taught by a gangrel.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gangrel likes to
Nudity-
get nude.
Who likes
He
clothes,
only had-
man?
Oh, Nicole, and still unsure of her.
Mm.
This is his of this person, and doesn't know her limitations.
Oh my god, we just got a Maddie raid.
Oh,
The poll,
welcome.
the poll is
Hello.
open, you guys. Even
The
though
poll
you
is
haven't
open.
been
Vote.
here, vote.
Vote.
Oh, don't
Vote.
care what
Everyone
your
vote.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation
vote.
point, vote. Yep, and one of Noel, Maria, Ray, or Bryan.
Yep.
Vote.
But for best scene, I actually really liked the conversation between Maria and Noel. specifically Maria's pure excitement at being able to show off Nicole and what she'd done to Nicole.
I agree with that for scene.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating in our little poll. But yes, what was... I missed that. I was watching chat. My bad.
For best scene, I kind of vote Maria for her pure excitement at showing off Nicole.
Oh, yeah. She's so cute.
She was so
Look at
excited.
how I beautifully mutilated this woman. Oh god.
I agree. It was my favorite scene. Excitement and the sheer giddiness with he's showing off Nicole.
Yeah. Then Maria it is. That's 2 votes, and Noel was torn,
Maria.
so...
Yeah.
Or lethality
Yeah,
was torn.
no, I was really torn. Like, we had good scenes from everyone this session.
Really did.
Just as an out of character note, Dismal can go die in a deeper hole than the sewers.
I'm sorry, why do you hate him?
Nicole.
Why do you hate him?
Oh no, I don't hate him. I just wish that he would go die in a hole.
Oh,
There's a difference.
I find it funny that Dismal doesn't like Velda because Velda has been nothing but polite to him.
oh, like in the interim, like, don't get me wrong, she still suffers from that bane, and I'm pretty sure that
Oh yeah.
she's had a thing or two to say to the Nosferatu of the city. In the background.
She does her best with the Nos.
She does her best. But sometimes she can't help herself. She has her bad days.
I still hold
She's
that
had to point out that they're fucking ugly.
the best interaction between a Toreador and Nos still comes down to Blanchet and Zandra.
Ah,
yeah. But we have the best line.
yes, there is a best line. So who had that best line?
I have to put my hat in the ring.
Okay.
When life doesn't give you lemons, we invent them ourselves.
It's a good
That's
one.
actually the truth. That's actually the truth too of lemons. Lemons are actually a result of two lots of selective breeding.
Maybe I'll take a page out of those serial killers on the news. Start on animals. Much fun we will make.
What did I make with this chronicle? Come on, my God.
Yeah, you know, I kind of like. I have to admit, I like those lines too.
Yeah, they were great. They were amazing lines. They just slipped in so well.
I should start working on animals like those serial killers you wrote out.
It's just funny because that's where Ray started too. Was on animals.
Ya bitches. Ya bitches.
Ray has some serious issues. Okay.
She do.
Oh yeah.
Like this whole
No,
coterie.
she doesn't have serious issues. She is a serious issue.
This whole coterie. Come on, y'all.
What do you mean?
This whole coterie is just a dumpster fire, and I love it.
Oh, I do
Yeah.
that.
Welcome to the party, Brian.
Yes, it is. It is an absolute dumpster fire, and you've been given a front row seat, Brian. In fact, I would be careful because you're currently
I
at the
will
splash
probably
zone.
be the front row seat that gets set on fire by it.
Yeah.
T-pose for dominance when you're set on fire. But yeah, my vote goes towards Maria.
All right. Maria.
Mine is 3.
What
Okay.
about you, Brian?
I love Ray's. The whole equating herself with a freaking serial killer,
Mm.
which on some level she has to be because she's eating people.
Yeah.
Well, she was before she died.
Kindred.
And
she
was
was
a killer.
killer.
You know what? I'm gonna be a dick. I'm gonna be a dick about this. I'm gonna end up giving my vote to Brian.
Oh.
Oh, it's in everyone. All right.
So there's one vote Maria, one vote Ray, one vote Noel, one vote Brian.
Yep, it's an everyone roll. High or low, everyone.
I am gaming the system here.
So what is the line from Brian that you're putting into the pot, my dear?
What do you mean there's 3?
Yeah. 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 Yeah, what do you mean there's 3?
What do you mean there's 3? Alright, so high or low, my friends? Must be a unanimous decision.
I'm
You
gonna
know
say
what?
high.
Alright.
We got 1 vote high. What about you?
I'm gonna go high as well.
High clan high.
High
I'm
clan high?
comfortable with this.
Is everybody high clan high?
And high.
Alright.
Well, Joe, I think you're going with it.
Are we good?
Mojo?
Alright, then high clan high it is.
Goes.
Come on.
High
Yes!
clan high.
Yes!
Yeah.
You lucked
Sounds-
out, you lucky son of a bitches. All 4 of you.
Yep. We all get the experience.
Okay.
Oh, I love it.
Alright. And the poll should be closing fairly shortly. About 30 seconds. Exclamation point vote in the name of the present character you would like to give a bonus experience to, everyone. So, what did we think about this session today?
There's a part of me that feels like really fucking awful and then really excited at the same time.
I really enjoyed this session. It was interesting to find out that Fox is thin-blooded Norse.
Yeah, isn't it?
I didn't realize that Fox was a Norse.
Yep.
Boxing game, both of them.
Yep.
Actually, that's why they're so buddy. Is because they come from the same clan. They're both Nosferatu thin-bloods.
Gabe had a
Gabe-
huge ass fucking crush on Fox, which I don't
Gabe
blame
got
Gabe
cursed.
for.
Gabe got the curse. Fox didn't.
Fox
All
got
I
the
got-
opposite.
I know one thing for sure when it comes to Fox. One guarantee. She's delicious.
I'm going on the assumption Dismal did not hear me instead of just ignored me. When I specifically said,
I didn't hear what
Yeah.
you just said now, so...
You just got out right there, so ironically, you might be right.
No, it's derping on you real
It's
bad.
derping
I'm not hearing it.
hard.
But
Yeah.
Maria, you get the audience vote by landslide.
Woo!
Yes,
Nice.
71% of the vote.
Beautiful. So,
yeah. And I'm assuming
it's still
Yeah,
cutting
you're
out.
cutting it out right now, man.
Yeah, I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Derping
So,
hard.
but yeah, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
can you hear me now?
Now I can hear
Yep,
you.
there we go. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yes, the Urian does believe that Fox is a delicious snack.
Yes.
Yeah, he does. And depending on who we bit into in Sanctuary, Brian might also believe that Fox is a delicious snack.
Oh, he wouldn't be in this chronicle if he tried that.
I
You would
wonder
not
if
be-
that's what JoJo was trying to say.
If Dismal and her,
mentioned-
if like Dismal probably hasn't had much contact with Fox. They know of each other's existence. Fox stays away from them entirely. Because, to be fair, until they met Urian's coterie, they were homeless as a kindred. But yeah. Anyway, moving right along, we have all of the experience done. Let's do some shout outs.
By the way, I am making an expenditure. You know exactly which expenditure I'm making.
Yeah, that's the word against ghouls. And if you want to apply it to something, I will even let you do that tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll apply it to
that'll
my
be
jacket.
part of your practice. Yep. Part of your practice is actually putting it and tracing it on that. So I will need you to do a rouse check for that.
Yep, that's fair. That I'm doing a rouse check for that.
Yep.
I am 1/3 where I need to
Okay.
be.
And now you can label your jacket as something that you possess that is warded against ghouls. And
Sure.
you will make the sorcery roll when it's applicable.
Yep.
And so, but yeah. Any other expenditures from our lovely coterie?
None yet. None that I can really cover.
Mm.
But I'm saving experience for one of like 5 things. So it depends. All of them require a minimum of 15, except for unless particular situations of the game change. But right now, no, I think we're good.
All right. Well, then we can move on to shoutouts. Our lovely player Mojo doesn't stream on Twitch, so he doesn't really have anything to promote. But let's tackle Mox. Why don't you tell us what you do for the Gathering of Nerds?
Hi, I'm Moxie. I'm from Gathering of Nerds, as Coffee just said. We do a lot of various streams every week, so come check us out over there. We just recently wrapped up Brisbane by Night, and we will be doing a stream next Tuesday for that one, just to do a random Q&A. So if you guys would like to pop in, please do. And you can also find me here on Coffee's channel.
And transitioning right over to our good friend Lethality Complex, plays Noel.
Yes, why hello everyone. My name is Lethality Complex, and when I am not etching blood sorcery into my jacket, you can find me over at the Gathering of Nerds, where, yes, we did just finish Brisbane by Night River City Secrets, my first ever proper chronicle, myself as the ST, and having it having been played by Coffee for some time,
Yes.
Moxie, Derek, and Spectre, who isn't here with us. Yes, we're going to be doing a AMA on that chronicle, so the players or the audience can ask me questions about the game and about its world and about the characters in it. And depending on whether it is too spoilery for some other things that I have planned and that some other people have planned, I will answer them. I am also the presenter for the Gathering Presents, where this Thursday evening we have the 4th episode of Warhammer 40k Wrath and Glory: Howl of the Lost, whereupon the group in that game, consisting of a Dark Eldar, a pair of Kroot, and an Orc, fought some played ones. Necrons. They get back up until they don't.
And our wonderful other storyteller from Macabre Derek. You're muted, by the way.
Well, wasn't that anticlimactic? Good evening, everyone. My name's Macabre Derek, and you'll end up finding me on the same name as here on Twitch. I'm a storyteller for Vampire the Masquerade, specifically for Detroit by Night, Sundays at 7:30 Central Standard Time. You can also catch me doing VTM workshops at 6 o'clock on Mondays. So if you're curious about Vampire the Masquerade, if you want to discuss or learn about the game and the world of darkness when it comes to vampires, by all means, drop by. I also do a lot of horror art throughout the week, so yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, before the games preceding this channel or the Gathering of Nerds. So if you got some time to kill while you're getting ready to end up joining those fantastic games, by all means, come give us a visit. I'd like to also end up suggesting that next week, Monday, that you'll all end up tuning in specifically for the VTM workshop, because we're not only just doing the VTM workshop, we are going to be jumping right into the final AMA closing session of Brisbane by Night. But you should be following the Gathering of Nerds. Why aren't you following the Gathering of Nerds? Why are you hesitating? Hit the follow button. Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yes.
I can get intense sometimes. I'm sorry.
Yes, we love Derek for his intensity, and thank you everyone for watching. Thank you so much, Martlet Games, for gifting 5 subs in the course of the stream today, as well as Maddie
And drop it 1,000 bits.
and 1,000 bits. Thank you so much, and for Maddie for rating us with some people just as we were closing up shop. So, from all of us here, though, in the Alamo City, we want to wish you good night. Say good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
I